Welcome to another St. Pete by Night production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes or be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing dire of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the brave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network. St. Petersburg by Night is an online World of Darkness role-playing community originated in St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Michigan on all social media, and I will be your storyteller tonight. It's Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition chronicle set in the city of Tampa Bay, Florida, where the Sept of the Evening Star attempts to combat the worms, both physical and spiritual. And right now, they're having to combat both at the exact same time, but we'll get to that in a moment. You should go follow St. Pete by Night on all of the social media you see listed down below, and come join us by following that Discord link in the description, where you could be part of our massive growing community and maybe find yourselves in a World of Darkness chronicle as well. But of course, I couldn't do this all by myself. It would take some pretty incredible players to make this happen. So let's go ahead and introduce those players now. Players, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves, if you please?
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ, Champagne, Fanoli, whatever you want to call me, and I will be playing Aspen Weiss, Oathbreaker, Moonbringer, Truthcatcher, leader of the Pack of the Evening Star, leader of the Sept of the Evening Star, first of her name, Philodox of the Silverfangs.
Hi, everybody. I am Nori. I will be playing Malicious Jester. She have not that many other titles except for Tail Singer and Master of the Howl. But, you know, still Galliard of the Black Furies.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try and entertain that. Hi, I'm Preston. I play Jason, Dreams and Decay, Thor, and Theurge of the Bonar.
And as I said, I'm Kent, and I play everything else. But let's get everyone caught up as to where we are, because we are in part 2 of our season finale, the raid on Piney Point. Last week, we saw Jace commune with Star with the help of Eliza to try and get the spirits on the side of the pack to assist on this assault, because it would require both a physical and a spiritual assault to take down Piney Point. So after a rather convincing argument, Star took the guise of Jace and went off to try and commune with the spirits to see if they could get their support. We then saw Aspen travel all the way out to Idaho to meet with Sunsella, her father-in-law to be, that didn't become, but unfortunately he was on his deathbed and she had to share some final moments with him, only to come to find out that he was a Ghislaine the entire time, and he totally understood all of the guru of it all and forgave her for her first change in the events surrounding it, as well as apologized to her for whatever it was he did that caused her to be so distant over the past couple of years. They made amends, and then shortly after, he passed away, succumbing to cancer. We then saw Jester go to visit Spud for a little bit of levity and lightness after such a heavy scene. She went to talk to Spud and to gain all of the experiments he'd been working on, those that could be used as weapons, most of them being in the form of thin blood alchemy, which is not necessarily something that is the most palatable material for Guru, but needless to say, she ended up trying that alchemy in the presence of Spud, who was watching with rapt attention to see whether or not it would work. And thankfully for them both, it did work, and that had some very interesting effects that could be useful in the conflict ahead. Then in the second half, the assault on Piney Point began. Crashing through the gates, running through the parking lot that is filled with a swarming army of the infected, the pack made their way to the greenhouse, where they encountered some infected Guru, as well as some plants they had not seen before. It was quite an overwhelming affair. Then right before we left off, a strange firmling pterodactyl, almost like an infected firmling, flew overhead and attacked Eliza and Larry, who had been watching on from the Umbra. This caused the pack to separate into two separate groups, Jester and Charles continuing ahead in the greenhouse, while Aspen and Dreams in Decay entered the Umbra to try and go provide some assistance to Larry and Eliza, not knowing exactly what their fate is after being bathed in eldritch fire. Anyway, let's get back to it, hopping right in where we left off with Jester and Charles as they move into the laboratory to be confronted by two infected Krynos Guru who came charging at them in the conflict. Jester, you have been dual wielding two blades, one being the iron sword that was forged for you out of cold iron, the second being your clave. Now, this normally wouldn't work in any form other than Krynos, so you have had to be in a Krynos form to be able to effectively use both weapons. But in doing so, you've seen just how effective it can be, especially against these afflicted Guru, who seem to be possibly Black Spiral dancers from the look of them, that got infected, maybe as experiments, maybe in some other fashion. But whatever the case may be, they are coming at you full tilt, ready to cause all kinds of havoc and to cut your journey to the end of Piney Point short. Why don't you get us caught up on what's going through Jester's mind with all of this, having broken off from the rest of her pack, her Sept/pack leader and Theurge deciding to jump into the Umbra to go fight something, let's be honest, none of you have ever fought before, leaving you and Charles to take on these rampaging infected Guru.
As we've mostly been in the middle of it, I have not really stop to think about any sort of like what could go wrong with them or what could go wrong with us at the moment, or worry about it a whole lot. Just more trying to continue on, like keeping myself in check while in Krynos, but like really, really needing to hit something soon. So I'm like buried somewhere in the back of my head. There is worry, but more I'm focused on probably slicing through one of these infected Garu.
Well, you don't have to wait long for your opportunity, because these two Guru have come leaping out of what appeared to be almost like a pit at the back of the laboratory, a built arena of sorts, possibly for testing on such creatures as this. But they are coming at you, knocking tables away, discarding furniture from the laboratory as they charge in your direction. So why don't you go ahead and declare your first intentions for combat?
I think I'm gonna kick one of these tables into them.
Okay. Why don't you give me a strength and melee, as you're going to be doing an improvised weapon of sorts, using the table as a projectile to try and injure them. Actually, let's make it athletics instead of melee, because it is not your actual weapon that you're using. And whether the table hits dead on or not will depend on how well you kick it.
Cool.
While you're rolling that, Charles has, still in his Hamid form, now shifted up into a Glabro form, and you can hear the tearing and rending of flesh as claws extend out of his hand, gleaming with the silver gleam that most Guru have come to fear, but he has come to harness as a weapon. What did you get?
7 with a crit.
Okay. Starting off strong with 7 with a crit. As you kick the table, it goes sliding, knocking into a table before flipping over and just slamming into the incoming Guru, splintering against them and almost shattering against their form, but stalling them, causing them to slow their progress of reaching you. Meanwhile, Charles leaps to meet his Guru head on, claws extended, where he ends up raking them both across the chest of his adversary, causing a sizzling, burning sensation that is now pussing with a black and yellow oozing fluid coming out of the wounds as he rakes both claws down across the chest. So your next intentions.
Okay. Now that he's mine's a bit staggered, I actually want to rush at him and like kind of pounce and kind of bury both blades into him. Okay,
so you're intending to leap off of the table that this table flew off of and then just drive both blades down. Okay, give me let's make it a dexterity and melee, as it's going to require a little bit of agility here to try and make this move happen.
I'm also healing.
Okay.
I lost 1 rage.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Charles is now locked up with his opponent and is trying to dig the claws into the extended arms of the Guru, trying to almost sever them from their body.
That was 6 with a crit.
6 with a crit. Okay. So as you leap off of the desk, bringing both blades down onto the Guru, they manage to nip slightly out of the way. They do get hit, but just barely scraping them. However, because the blades are both cold iron and silver, it is definitely an impactful hit, but you are not able to pin them to the floor. It more just scrapes against the side of them, kind of cutting into both of their arms. What's your next intention?
Am I still on top of him, or am I?
I would say they've probably like slid back out of the way,
Okay.
so they are getting back to their feet right across from you.
I'm just gonna go in and just slash as they're trying to get to their feet.
Okay, give me a dexterity and brawl or melee again, as you're dual wielding at this point, so it requires a lot of agility and dexterity. Charles has dug his claws into the side, but they are holding off, slowly prying his hands out, his claws out of the side of them, matching him strength for strength.
With a crit.
Okay. So, as the guru charges towards you, you end up sticking both blades into their stomach or into their torso. And with all of the strength that only a Krynos guru can have, you end up lifting them off of their feet with the blades and bringing them back over your head and slamming them down behind you, shattering the table that you previously leapt off of as they go down to the ground. They are in very bad shape. This is not going their way at all. Charles, having had his claws pried out of the side of it, gets kicked in the chest, which causes him to stumble back a few feet. And having had enough of this nonsense, he starts to shift into his Krynos form as he goes to engage them as well, meeting them on equal footing. Go ahead and declare your next intentions.
I'm spin and slash again.
Yeah. So turning back around, bringing your blades around in almost a tornado-esque fashion.
That is. Wait. That was not a die. Okay. Six successes.
Okay. As you wheel around this time to try and strike them, they actually manage to jump back out of the way, the blades just whiffing past them. While they are in very horrible shape, they haven't completely lost their ability to maneuver just yet, but they did not counterattack on you. They were not able to get a successful hit on you in return. At this point, Charles has completed his shift into Krynos, and he leaps forward, almost tackling and spearing the guru off of their feet, sending them driving into the ground, causing some of the tile to crack and shatter beneath them as they hit the ground. Declare your intention.
Think I'm going to move more to the side and like try to like push him towards Charles and the other one.
Okay, so you want to circle around and go for more of a shove maneuver to try and push him back? Or are you gonna try and use your swords?
I'm gonna try to use the blades. Yeah, I'm using the blade. I'm using the swords. I'm not trying to push him. I'm more trying to like steer him that way.
Okay, yeah, give me another dexterity and melee.
7 with a crit.
7 with the crit. That's enough to once again jam the blades into the Guru, and instead of steering him, you are literally pushing him back in the direction of Charles and his cohort. As his feet slide across the floor, this black and yellow viscous fluid is just pouring out of him at this point, spattering onto the floor. You are mere inches away from one another, and you can see that his eyes are just hollow. They've got like yellow in what sclera can be seen in the eyes. They're just a mindless automaton of rage and fury and disease at this point. And as they snarl at you, they end up knocking out a yellowish spore cloud from their mouth. But because you were inoculated by the formula that Spud gave you, you do not have any negative effects of infection. However, I need you to roll me a stamina and composure or dexterity and athletics to try and avoid this cloud from hitting you directly in the face, because if nothing else, it might blind you momentarily.
I'll use dexterity and athletics to avoid it.
Okay.
5 successes?
5 successes. Okay. That unfortunately is not enough to avoid the cloud from just pelting you in the face, getting a entire eye full of spores. You will be at a -2 for whatever your intentions are this upcoming round, as you are blinded slightly by it. Speaking of which, declare those intentions.
I will shake my head, coughing at the stuff, like unable to see, but getting kind of like an idea of like, because it's a huge hulking form, so like where his huge hulking form is, and I'm going to attempt to stab him again. I'm not swinging too wide. I'm going more like focused on that because I know that Charles is close by.
Okay, so yeah, you don't want to swing wildly. You want to more thrust with both blades outward, trying to pin them in the spot you assume they still are.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, make that roll, dexterity and athletics -2 because of the temporary blindness.
I got 3 successes.
3 successes. Okay. So as you attempt to jam your blades towards the creature, they have completely sidestepped you and wrapped their arms around your waist and flung you across the room against the wall, doing 4 points of superficial damage as you go smashing into the tile that makes up the wall. In fact, you probably knock over a few computers as well on the way off of their desks, causing them to shatter on the floor and spark a little bit as they hit the ground. Charles, meanwhile, has gotten back up to his feet and dug his claws into the ankles of the Guru that he has downed and has started swinging them around, attempting to smack them into their cohort, the other Guru, but that Guru manages to dodge out of the way. But not to let his attack go to waste, he ends up swinging them around and then over and smashing them down into the floor, sending more tiles breaking and shattering off to the side. Okay. Declare your intention. You are getting back to your feet after having been tossed halfway across the room into the other wall.
Am I still blinded?
It's a -1 this round. The blindness is starting to fade off as you didn't actively try to remove it out of your eyes. It is still lingering a little bit.
I think I want to charge him and then come in with 2 slashes.
Okay. Yeah, give me a dexterity and melee -1 as the spores are starting to clean out of your eyes.
7 successes.
Okay, this one does strike home. As they go to engage with you moving across the room, their hulking form just taking up a good majority of the space. You spring back to your feet and pushing off the wall, go striking out, bringing both of your blades down in almost an X pattern across them. As the blades make contact, the same hissing, burning sensation takes over as they cut across the chest, sending the guru stumbling back. It looks like they're on their last legs at this point. Another hit like that will probably do them in.
Okay.
Charles at this point has smashed his guru into the ground and actually leaps up into the air, planting his feet on the ceiling before driving himself down with his claws out almost in a jackhammer-esque pattern, just diving directly straight into them, claws extended outward, burying them into their chest. Declare your intention, your final round likely intention.
First of all, because I keep forgetting, I'm going to heal.
Okay.
Which I made my rage for that one, and I am going to, as he staggers back, kind of go a little low and kind of just try to jam both, like, just kind of impale him or jam both, like, as far as they will go into his body.
Okay. Yeah, give me that final dexterity and melee. Hopefully, final dexterity and melee.
Am I still at -1?
You are full pool now.
Okay.
You can actually feel your eyes have started to water and weep, therefore flushing out the yellowish spores, but you still have just a mess of yellow staining around your muzzle and face.
I'm gonna roll a willpower.
Yeah.
This will take me to 1 aggravated willpower.
Okay. So you're impaired at this point, socially.
I am impaired socially. But I have 6 successes.
Okay. 6 successes, again, isn't quite enough. As you try to bring down the blades in an X pattern, they manage to push themselves back, allowing the blades to just clink off of the tile and scrape past. Charles is buried elbow deep within his guru as he went driving down, and now has gotten back to his feet and lifted the guru up. He looks at you, making eye contact with you in a kind of furious but also very much alive sensation, as this is one of the more intense combats he's had recently, and looks like he's preparing to throw the guru he has impaled on his claws over at the one that you are facing to knock them off balance. For your last roll, you can add 2 additional dice to your attack, as this guru is going to collide with them, sending them towards you, opening them up and losing their defenses.
Excellent. Then I'm going to just basically like brace for impact for him to stumble into the swords. Like, I will definitely be pushing towards it, but
Okay.
I'm using the
Give me
momentum.
a composure and melee roll as you are kind of settling back on your heels, waiting for these blades to just jam into them. Actually, let's just make it strength and melee, honestly, because you're just posting up and using all of your strength to just hold them against it if they come slamming into you.
Okay. I have a brutal, along with 6 successes and the brutal, so +4, 10 successes.
Describe to me how you kill this guru.
As he stumbles forward, touching, like, tips the blades, I will shove them forward, so that they go all the way through him, and kind of just break it down to where they, like, kind of clink in the chest, before pulling them out.
Okay, so as you shove the blades deep into the chest of the creature, you could see whatever minimal light was in its eyes start to fade, and you could see its form start to shift down into a pomid form as they deteriorate and decay. And they look fairly nondescript, except for the yellow veins that are like coursing through their face and down their neck and across their chest. But you don't spend too much time in that. Instead of pulling the blades out the way they came in, you just break them off to the side, severing the top half from the bottom half, sending it sliding off to the side and dropping down to the ground. At this point, Charles moves over and picks up the shotgun that he discarded off of the ground and walks up to the head of the one he threw and pulls the trigger, sending a gout of flame engulfing the head of the other Guru, causing it to just almost disintegrate underneath the blast of the shotgun. He looks to you, his shoulders rising and falling as he breathes heavily from the conflict, and then looks ahead towards another set of double doors that move on, but then back towards the greenhouse that you know your packmates left in, almost questioningly.
I will, panting and flicking the blood, I will look from this, follow his motion, and then look back for a moment and nod towards the greenhouse, at least to check to see if they're come back or not.
Okay. So as the two of you, having been successful in defeating your targets, turn and start lumbering back towards the other room, go ahead and spend a willpower to stay in your Krynos form if you so choose. Otherwise, you can shift out.
I'm gonna stay for at least one more round, or this round.
Well, as you go stalking back towards the greenhouse, let's shift focus to the other half of the pack that have now entered into the Umbra and are preparing to engage with a almost kaiju-esque creature in the Umbra. Aspen and Jace, you have moved into the otherworldly yellow fog that rolls over the entire area on this side of the Umbra. What would be the ground is just a dark and blackened mass. Having been exposed to these conditions for as long as they have been, the earth is very much soiled in this place and will need to take some time to recover and repair itself, assuming you are successful in this endeavor. But as you move to exit the greenhouse, watching this large two-headed firmling creature release a gout of green flame down onto Eliza and Larry, what would you like to do? Actually, why don't you tell me what's going through your minds during this conflict so far before you declare your intentions? We'll start with Aspen and then go to Jace.
Aspen just wants to get to Larry and Eliza. The only thing in her brain, she's confident in Charles and Jester. She's seen them fight. She knows how they work and they work well together. So that's less of a concern for her at the moment. But the biggest concern is to get to the other two, and seeing that green fire kind of envelop them brings a whole different type of anxiety in her, and less focused on the crazy pterodactyl blowing fire. We've seen a dragon before. We've not seen a pterodactyl, so this is new. She is just barreling as fast as she can as soon as she gets into the Umbra, just towards Eliza and towards Larry.
Okay, why don't you give me a stamina and athletics as you go charging off full tilt in the direction to see how quickly you can arrive at the location. Jace, what's going through your mind?
Along the same lines, running in, looking at the giant pterodactyl and then watching the balefire come down. He's running through his mind of almost a Rolodex of information he has on Banes and things along those lines on how to combat something of this size and this magnitude, and running to Eliza because he made a promise to her long ago that he would do whatever he could to try and keep her safe, just as she would keep him safe. So he's trying to keep up that promise as he's running full tilt out to her.
Go ahead and roll me a intelligence and occult with your specialty in Banes, and then a stamina and athletics as well, as you are trying to process whatever information you can. Although you haven't seen this type of creature before, specifically, you do know a thing or two about firmlings, which this seems to be modeled after, even though it's much larger and much more deadly with the two heads than a regular firmling is. You're going to try and figure out if you could determine any weaknesses or at least whatever information about them. Aspen, what'd you get?
4.
4 successes. Okay, you are keeping up a steady clip and will arrive very quickly at the location. As you're looking around, you are seeing an all-out battleground happening in the Umbra as spirits of stags and owls and falcons even seem to be colliding with of an infected nature and spirits of an infected nature on the other side. And it is pretty evenly matched right now. No one has the upper hand. They seem to be going back and forth. You can see a spirit, like a falcon spirit, chasing after one of the firmlings up above, and the firmling tries to wheel and unleash its balefire, only for the falcon to dive out of the way before coming back up towards it. Jace, what did you get?
That's a 6 for the knowing about the Banes. And as far as my stamina, I got a 1.
Okay. So as you are trying to process everything that's happening, you are quickly falling behind as Aspen has taken off at a full tilt ahead of you. But what you are able to determine about the firmlings themselves is that, yes, their biggest danger is their balefire. However, it does take a little bit of time to recharge, that for them to build up that fire again, to blast out another gout. So what they usually like to do is tend to avoid any attacks until they can supercharge their shot again, and they will actually even fly out of reach to do so, to buy them a few extra moments. They prefer to fight at a range. They are not up close combatants. And the best thing you can possibly do is cut off their access to the balefire. They are not able to fight or claw nearly as effectively as that balefire is. Okay, so Aspen, you arrive at the scene just in time to see the fire start to recede. And as it does so, you can see almost a field made out of pure energy, a bubble that has surrounded both Larry and Eliza seems to be holding up some kind of talisman or charm up in the direction of the firmling. But as the shield absorbs the remainder of the fire, you can see it crumble in her hand. And give me a wits and awareness to see if you could tell anything about the charm.
3.
Getting a minor glance at the charm itself, it looks like it is actually made out of a turtle shell. And as it almost decays in her hand, it just crumbles away, dropping in little pieces, almost in dust, to the ground. The firmling Firmlodactyl starts to bat its wings, pulling back away from both Eliza and Larry, getting a little bit of height off of the ground as it does so. What would you like to do?
As I get to them and I turn in kind of a defensive stance in front of Larry specifically, I'd like to look up at the pterodactyl, and I reach out my hand and point towards it. And now that it's in the umbra, and because a predator spirit gives this gift, a shimmer of a wolf, a familiar wolf, kind of shows by her just for a moment as she points and says, "Not my pack," and I'm gonna do Fangs of Judgment on it.
Okay. Does that require a roll or is it automatic?
It does require a roll, but I could just take half.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So as you enact the Fangs of Judgment, the spirit, the shimmering spirit of Aiden in his lupus form materializing beside you as you enact this gift. Jace, what are you doing? Now, you are some distance away. You can't do anything directly to the Firmlodactyl just yet. You have to make the rest of the movement. But is there anything else you'd like to do in preparation? You could potentially try and use your gun if you'd like to. You have range on it.
Yeah, I will take a quick look around to see, make sure the area is clear. He pulls a mag out, reloads it since he's using a full one, and attempt to get a shot off.
As you lift your pistol in the direction, or 9mm, whatever kind of gun you have, in the direction of the Firmlodactyl, as you go to pull the trigger, you find that it just won't budge, as this is not a spiritual weapon or not a ornamental weapon of the Guru. It does not have the ability to activate properly in the Umbra at this point. So as you try to pull the trigger, nothing happens.
Take a second, look at it, make sure that he did. I think, like, still trying to run up, look at it, trying to reload it, and make sure it's anything's going. Just click, 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 click. Put it to the side.
Oh yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
You'll look at it and eventually just like put it to the side, and then to see if is there a rock or anything around. Like,
yeah,
nearby.
I would say there's probably rubble from the fallen structures, as this place has rotted away, at least on the umbral side of things.
As running, try and scoop one up and throw it as he's running up.
Go ahead and give me a dexterity and athletics.
Three.
Okay. As you go to hurl the almost like concrete slab over in the direction of the creature, its batting wings start to kick up a almost cyclone effect of air and dust and dirt and debris that ends up knocking you back off of your feet, tripping you up and knocking you to the ground, only doing 2 points of superficial damage, but enough to tell you that that's not the only thing it can do. Balefire isn't its only weapon. But you are able to slowly reorient yourself and get back closer to them in the next round. Speaking of which, Aspen, what would you like to do?
I would like to shift into Krynos
Okay.
and try to reach or get some sort of connection with it. I'm not sure how high it is at the moment.
It is probably about 12 feet off of the ground at the moment. If you wanted to, you could try to potentially leap towards it with a, we'll say, dexterity and brawl attack. It'll have to be pretty successful, though, to even get towards its bottom half, towards its feet. But you can attempt to. So make the 2 rage checks to transition, having gained a rage back from howling at the moon at the end of last session when you went into the Umbra. You are at 2 rage right now. Let's see just how successful it is.
Yeah, I lost one, so I still have one. And to that point, because I have a feeling this can be pretty gnarly, I will look back to Larry and catch his gaze. And just knowing in that moment that I want to keep both him and Eliza safe, I would like to take a stain and go up to 5 rage.
Okay. So as you consider all of the possibilities, you consider just how deadly a creature like this is. You have experienced balefire before, but it was on a almost minuscule scale compared to the size of this thing. It's almost like dragon's fire emitting from 2 separate heads that could cover an entire area with its blast radius. And you almost run through all of the bad outcomes of what could happen. And in an almost not on my watch fashion, your rage spikes up inside of you, burning with the fire of 1,000 suns as you leap towards the creature, claws extended, jaws wide. Go ahead and make that dexterity and brawl at a -2 because of the transition. Jace, what would you like to do?
I can. They're like dust kicking up, or can I see Aspen like going through transition about to leave?
You can see her. It's mostly like spectral wind, and yes, there is some dust and debris, but it's not enough to blind you from what is happening.
I'm gonna spend a will and use Mind Speak with Aspen. Yeah. Okay. While as she's going through it, Aspen, go for the throat. If they can't utilize their balefire, we're going to limit their overall uses they can do against us. Go for one of the throats.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to do besides that?
As running up, I'll go into Krynos as well.
Okay. Go ahead and make the 2 rage checks. Yourself, you also have more rage because you didn't shift into Krynos previously, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I'm at 3.
Okay, yeah, so go ahead and make the 2 rage checks as you shift. Aspen, what did you get?
I got 5.
As you attempt to leap towards the creature, you feel your claws graze against it. But before you can really do any kind of damage, it wheels around and smacks you with one of its wings, knocking you out of the sky and back towards the ground hard, doing 3 points of superficial damage already halved as you smash into the ground, unable to gain any kind of purchase on it as you go leaping up. Jace, what did you get on those Krynos rolls?
I lost one and made one.
Okay, so as you shift up into your war form as well, you can just see Aspen get slapped out of the sky and driven down into the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Larry shifts into his war form as well, and Eliza manages to stay in her Hamid form, but reaches over and touches Larry, and you can see some wounds that have sparked up, including some burn scarring and singeing starting to heal up on his form as he prepares to engage with the creature. Next round, declare your intentions.
I'm going to pick myself up from the ground, and I would like to try and leap full force at the creature again.
Okay, give me another dexterity and brawl. Jace.
Am I able to get up to the Firmodactyl within this point?
Yeah.
Okay. The way that it swiped its one wing down and then the other one, is there almost an angle in which I could run up the wing to get on top of it?
It's still too high up in the
Still
air
high?
right now. Yeah, you can't really get from the ground to it unless you were to try and leap, and it is still a pretty high leap to get up there.
I'm going to try and leap. I'm going to try and make that jump.
Okay, go ahead and give me that dexterity and brawl yourself. 6 from Jace. Aspen, what'd you get?
That was 7 with a crit.
Okay. So as both of you try to leap up towards the creature, Jace, you end up missing, believe it or not, even with 6 successes. Your claws just whiff the air and you find yourself descending towards the ground. But Aspen, with this leap, you manage to get purchase with one of your claws grasping onto one of its legs, and you are now dangling from it, hanging as it takes to the sky. Irritated by this action by both of you, one of its heads turns underneath to look at Aspen, and it opens its mouth, the green flame starting to pour out of the sides as it prepares to shoot a gout of fire at you. The other one looks towards Jace and does the same thing, preparing to just unload fire upon you. Larry comes running in the direction, but he's still a distance away and can't quite get to you this round. But that being said, I need both of you to make dexterity and athletics checks to avoid getting consumed in this blaze, this inferno.
I'm spending a willpower.
Okay.
Before this happens, do I have time to try and heal some soup while this is happening, or do I not?
You'd have to wait until next round. Yeah, you got to declare it when you declare your action.
Fair.
That is 4 with a crit.
Okay. Both of you take 2 points of aggravated damage as the almost molten lava fire burns across you, clinging to you. It doesn't get a dead-on hit, because a dead-on hit would probably automatically kill you. So Aspen, as you swing away from the fire, some of it manages to catch your side and your legs as you are dangling from this creature, burning pretty severely. And give me a strength and resolve roll to still hang on as best as you can, because fire, owie. And Jace, as you see the mouth just start expelling flame upon you, Larry manages to tackle you, knocking you away from the blast, getting both of you slightly singed in the process of the fire. But again, it could have been much, much worse had you taken on a direct hit. Now you are both burning, and until you do anything to remove said fire, you will continue to take an aggravated damage per round that you are still in this. Declare your intentions. Oh, well, what'd you get on your roll, Aspen?
6.
You can hang on. You are still claws dug into the leg of this creature, but your lower half is burning pretty severely right now. Declare your intentions, Aspen, then Jace.
Is it a full action to try and put out the fire?
It is I'll give you it's a full action, yeah.
Okay, then in that case,
you can still dodge, but you can't attack if you're putting out the fire.
Okay, then I don't want to do that quite yet. I would like to heal to superficial, and then I'm going to try and, using the claws and my claws that I have, almost like in a punching motion, I want to get like up on it so I have a little bit more purchase and I'm not easily shaken as much.
Okay, give me a strength and brawl in this case, as you have a foothold, and you are trying to climb your way up, maybe digging your claws into it further as you try to crawl up its frame. Take a point of aggravated damage as well for your trouble, for the fire residually still burning on you. Jace.
While on the ground, going to take his large paws and try like patting the flame out to just extinguish it altogether.
Yeah, so yeah, you're rolling around trying to get this almost plasma-like fire off of you, which is causing it to smear on the ground and continue to burn, but you will not take further damage this round as you put the fire out. Larry is going to do the exact same thing, rolling around, trying to get the fire off of him. Eliza has disappeared. She has kind of poofed. Her actions and intentions right now, or where she is unknown at the moment. Okay, Aspen, what'd you get?
I got another 6.
Okay, so you were able to reach up another claw, digging it into the side, gaining more purchase as you get up with that burning sensation on your legs. It hurts, but you're still holding on as best as you possibly can, and you can actually see that you have dug your claws into the side, almost like a mountain climber, creating new grabbing points. You have started to tear into the flesh of this creature as you start to climb up it. Next round, declare your intentions. Aspen.
Having more purchase on it now, I would like to try my best to stop the fire, and I would also like to heal an ag.
Okay, give me a... Oh boy. Dexterity and resolve check to stay holding on to this thing, but trying to bat out the flames against the side of it as you're hanging from it. Jace.
Going to attempt to heal an ag, and then going to try and once again get up to it, running up, jumping, clawing, if anything, trying to get on top of it.
Give me the 2 rage checks to try and heal, and then the dexterity and brawl to try and leap towards it.
Good on rage.
All right, Aspen, what'd you get?
Okay, I spent a willpower and I got 5.
Okay. With 5 successes, you are able to put the fire out, but you find yourself starting to slip a little bit, hanging on by one claw at this point. Your next attack or action will be at a -1, as your weight is working against you at this point and is trying to drag you back down to the ground, but you do still have some purchase on it. Jace, what did you get?
So I got 2, and I also got a brutal. So I did that 6 with a brutal.
Yeah, that would be 6 with a brutal. So you actually also, leaping up, managed to snag a claw into one of its legs that are dangling down. And now with 2 fully Krynos Guru hanging off of it, it's starting to descend towards the ground. Now it is large, and its wings are still very powerful, so it's keeping up to a certain degree, but it's only staying about 7 or 8 feet off the ground at this point. Larry, having put out the fire, goes rushing up towards the creature as well and leaps up towards its chest, both claws out, as he grabs into the sides of it and is now also dangling, bringing it another 2 feet down closer towards the ground. As it did not take an action this turn, it has 1 more recharge round, and then it will be ready to blast you with fire again. Just so you're keeping the math up. What are your intentions?
I would like hanging on with my claws to try and help me keep hold with one arm. I want to, with the other arm, rake its wing to get it to barrel downwards by not having its wings to hold it up.
Okay, so I'm going to make this a strength and brawl, but I'm going to make it a -2 just because the wings are beating and moving pretty rapidly, and you are literally clinging on for dear life. So you're going to be kind of swinging wildly with your other claw up at it. But yeah, you can definitely make the attempt. Jace.
Gonna try and maneuver, digging the claws in to try and get to the top of it.
All right. Give me a strength and brawl or athletics to try and climb up. If you choose athletics, you won't do any damage, but you'll be able to climb. If you do brawl, obviously try to do damage, but if you're not, it's a little higher success difficulty. Try and get up on top of it without focusing on that.
I will be using Brawl.
Okay. Five successes for Jace. What'd you get, Aspen?
7 with a crit.
Okay. As you rake your claws into the material that makes up the wings, you actually tear through the wings, severing some of the flesh that's holding and binding it together. It lets out a massive screech as it starts losing momentum and losing air velocity in doing so. Jace, you are not quite able to climb up or do any damage. Go ahead and give me a strength and composure roll to try and keep clinging onto it instead of losing your grip as you try to swing wildly at it and miss.
That's 7.
You're fine. You're hanging there. You're still hanging on. At this point, as it loses momentum, it starts to dive bomb towards the ground, keeping the side you're on between it and the ground as it goes to smash basically its body down on top of you onto the ground. You have a couple of options here. One, you could roll dexterity and athletics to leap off and try to get out of the way before it lands basically on top of you on the ground. Or you can roll a strength and stamina to try and soak the impact as you hit the ground, almost trying to like keep it from crushing you down to the ground as it belly flops on top of you. Aspen, what are you doing? Which one?
I would like to do strength and stamina, please.
Okay, so roll that strength and stamina. Jace, what are you doing?
I'm going to detach.
Give me a dexterity and athletics to leap off to the ground and roll out of the way. Aspen, what did you get?
5.
5 successes. Okay. And Jace, what did you get?
Also 5.
Okay. So, Jace, you are able to roll out from underneath it. Take a point of superficial damage as you hit the ground a little bit hard, but you are able to roll away from being smashed down. Aspen, you are smashed into the ground, but you are able to kind of keep your feet, although you are starting to get pinned underneath the weight of this massive creature as it's holding you basically against the ground. At this point, the sky lights up again as the green flames start to grow within the mouths of the creature. One head turning to face Jace, the other head looking towards Aspen and Larry underneath it. Declare your intentions.
So I'm pinned, is what you're saying?
You are, I mean, it's like basically you're holding up a force that is slowly pressing you down. So I wouldn't say you're quite pinned yet, but if you stay here for very much longer, you will be.
Okay, where's Larry?
Larry is basically next to you, maybe a little bit more underneath, doing almost like an Atlas type thing as he's got it up on his shoulders, his claws dug into its belly, trying to hold it up as well.
Okay, so my intention is not to dodge because that would be difficult for me. My intention is to grab Larry and take the damage that he could potentially take, so he takes less.
Okay, so you want to release the creature and wrap your arms around Larry, almost shielding him from the direction of the fire that's coming.
Right.
Okay. Let's make that a dexterity and brawl, strangely enough, as you are trying to attack Larry, but not do any damage, just trying to shield him from the blast. Jace, what is your intention?
The way that I'm positioned, is there a way? I'm curious on what the roles would be to run towards it to try and make it difficult for it to hit. The way that I'm assuming the way the head's positioned, if I ran towards it, it would have a harder time moving its head in than trying to move side to side.
Yeah, you could you could just dedicate to a Dex and Athletics here and just try and dodge it in like a zigzag pattern or going straight towards it so that it has to try and hit you on the run rather than just a dead-on blast. Yeah, I think you could do that. Are you trying to also prevent the other head from firing on Aspen and Larry? Is that your intention to like knock it off its center, or are you just trying to avoid getting hit?
Just trying to avoid getting hit by that other head that's on him.
All right, give me a Dexterity and Athletics then. Aspen.
That's 6.
6 successes. Okay. Moving over and shielding Larry, the body of the creature, which is not held up as strongly anymore as your focus isn't holding up the creature anymore, actually presses down enough on you that it shields you from the blast of the flames. You can see them hit the ground and spread out near you. You can feel the heat singeing or coming close to you, but because of the body basically crushing you to the earth, it doesn't hit you. It just spreads out on the ground where you would, or close to where you would be. Go ahead and take another 4 points of superficial damage under the weight of the creature just pressing down upon you from above. Jace.
I spent a will, but I got 6 with a crit.
Okay, 6 with a crit. That's enough for you to sidestep and dodge out of the way. Again, you see the flame just hit the ground near you, spreading out and burning away at the ground, but you managed to jump out of the way, causing it to spray in the opposite direction of where you were coming from, missing you entirely. Okay. Aspen, now you are pinned as you are underneath the creature, the full weight of it down on you and Larry. You just feel your muscles are so tensed and in pain as you are just slowly pressed into the ground. And while the ground has some give, that give goes away eventually as you get into the deeper rock of it. What would you like to do?
First of all, heal. And then I would like to, again, using my claws, kind of just push it as best as I can off of my body.
Trying to lift it, almost deadlift it up. I will say you can make a strength and athletics check since this isn't really a brawl, but you are coming from an intense disadvantage, so I will say -2 to that roll. Jace.
Did I happen to see where she ended up? Or did I just see this thing on the ground?
I would say just see it on the ground. You were too busy rolling away from it as it was coming down, and then focusing on the fire to really get... Well, actually, roll me a wits and awareness, but make it at a -2 as well, as there is a lot going on right now.
4.
Yes, you know where she is. She is pressed underneath the creature. You saw her in the last moments before it settled down upon her.
I'm gonna run up to that spot, dig my claws in and try lifting just to get her thumb purchase.
Okay. Give me a strength and athletics as well, and I will take both of your successes into account when I decide whether you're able to get it off of her or not. Aspen, what'd you get?
Ooh.
2? Okay. Jace, what'd you get?
3.
Okay. As you start to push it off, Jace, as you try to lift it, it's just too heavy. Been fighting for quite some time at this point, and this creature is massive to the point that as it starts to lift, your arms give out and it just slams down again. Aspen, take another 2 points of superficial damage as it's not falling as far or as rapidly, but it is now just squeezing you, like pressing you down. Jace, roll me a dexterity and athletics -1 as it gives way, as a wing comes around trying to smack you away again.
Four.
Okay. You do get hit, but only for 1 superficial as it just kind of bats you back. It doesn't knock you completely off your feet, but it does brush you away from its body, or kind of backhand you away from its body. And you can see that one of its heads is opening wide, revealing a bunch of pointed, jagged teeth as if it's coming to bear down upon you with a bite from above. Next round, declare your intentions. Aspen, you are pinned and getting slowly crushed.
Do I have a hand out? That's all I want to know. Isn't it hand exposed?
Roll me a D10, odds or evens.
Okay, evens.
Yeah?
Because never tell me the odds.
Of course.
2.
No. Oh, yes, evens. You picked evens. Yes. Your arm is free. Yes, sorry. 2. Yes.
Okay, then I will
math.
heal. You know, evens, odds. It's a whole thing. But in mind speak, because now we're connected, right? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, in mind speak, I'm going to tell Jace, I've got it. Go for the throat. And I'm going to like hold my hand out. I know it's not necessarily has anything to do with iron, but I want him to take my claw so he can go for
so the claws that are extended on your or attached to your arms. Okay. Yeah, you can see the clawed hand reaching out from underneath this creature. Barely visible, but you do see it sticking out. Okay. Declare intentions. Aspen, we'll start with you and then Jace. Okay, well, you said your intention. You want to get your arm out of there. Give me another strength and stamina check as you are being crushed slowly. Jace, what would you like to do?
An attempt to heal, and then with this thing up above me, I'm also going to try and run over. Can I dodge and go for the claw at the same time?
Yeah. However, in this case, yeah, let's make it another dex and brawl, just because you are trying to grab something and remove it as you are running.
Good on my rage for the heal.
Yeah. Aspen, what'd you get?
8 with the crit.
Okay. You are able to not only keep it crushing you, but you are able to get on your back almost in a turtle posture and press your feet into the underbelly of it as well, using both. And with the assistance of Larry, you are now starting to push it up off of the ground, preventing yourselves from being crushed and possibly giving yourself a momentary escape if you need it. Jace, what'd you do?
6 with the crit.
6 with the crit. Okay. As it tries to lunge down, its jawed beak smashes into the ground where you were, almost burying itself into the ground for a moment as you roll out of the way towards it, going to grab the claw and remove it from the hands of Aspen. Okay. It is missed. It was unable to crush you. What are your intentions now? Now, I will say, this is, again, the second round. It is preparing to shoot fire again.
If I can get out from under it, I would like to go with my other claw, try to get at one of the necks, but I will not do it if it means that Larry gets crushed again.
Okay. based off of his positioning, he was near the belly. So he is pretty much dead center underneath it. You are more off to the side as you were swiping at a wing when it came down. If you do try to get out, I am going to make a roll to determine if he's able to hold it up or not, but he is not in a position to escape as easily as you are.
Then I will wait until he can get out. I'll hold it until he can get out, but I would like to heal.
Okay. Give me another strength and athletics then. Now, as you actually have purchased, it's not your stamina that's holding you up. It's actually your muscles now that are pushing up to try and keep it aloft. Jace, what's your intention?
Now that I have the iron bracier claws, going to attempt to get at it, one of the throats, and just dig into it.
Okay, can you strength and brawl?
Could I argue that it's still strength and stamina because I'm just trying to hold it? Like I'm not moving, I'm not doing anything, I'm just holding it in place.
I'm gonna say no, because you're trying to lift it even more to give him enough room to get out. Because he is dead center under this thing. As he was attached to the chest, you were trying to push it up even more to give him enough room to escape. Because you guys are basically in a crater formed underneath this thing by its weight smashing into the ground. Jace, what did you get?
I got 7.
Okay. And Aspen?
5.
5. Okay. You aren't able to get it up or lift it any further than it already is. It is just holding steady, but you are also holding steady, so it won't be able to crush you anymore. But you are not able to give it enough of a push to get it off the ground enough for Larry to escape. You are just literally holding it in place at the moment. However, as a benefit, Jace, you go charging up, planting a foot on the chest of it and leaping with one arm up towards the sky as you drive the claw into the neck of the creature as it's preparing to hurl fire. As the claws dig into its neck, you can see this green plasma-like liquid start pouring out of the wound in its neck, and the fire just kind of stops short. It's not able to unload the full blast from that head. I will say take 1 aggravated damage just from the contact of the plasma hitting your hands, but it will not continue to burn. It is just a 1 contact hit burn that is happening. But you did do significant damage to it, and that head will not be able to shoot fire anymore. But there is a second head. So I need you to roll me a dexterity and athletics -1 as it is turning towards its fellow and preparing to unload on you.
At -1?
Yeah. Because you didn't attack, your secondary action is a -1.
I'm gonna spend a will.
Yeah.
One.
Okay. As you have stabbed it in the neck, you are blasted in the side by flame that causes you to detach and drop, doing 3 points of aggravated damage as you are smashed in the side by the fire. That is going to obviously cause you to lose your grip, the claws coming out and sending you dropping to the ground. The damage is done. That head will not be able to use fire again, but the other one did manage to knock you off of it with the fire. Okay. Things are looking kind of bleak at the moment. However, Eliza returns. And as she does so, she, now in her glabro form, a little bit more hulking, opens up her mouth, and it almost looks like it opens wider than it should. And all of this dark, smoky energy comes exhaling out of her mouth. And as it does so, it goes underneath the creature and then propels it upward into the sky, shoving it off of both of you, you and Larry, and holding it aloft as if she is forcing the banes she's consumed to act in her service temporarily to lift the creature up and off of you. Now, Aspen, you can do whatever you like. Both you and Larry are in the clear. You are not forced to hold this creature up at the moment.
Okay. Then I would like to go for the throat of the other throat.
Okay, with your one claw, you want to go for the other throat. Okay, yeah, give me a strength and brawl.
Putting fire out.
Okay, yeah, you are just down on the ground, rolling away from it. Give me a dexterity and athletics anyway, even though this isn't a fire roll. The head may still try to bite you on the ground. Aspen, what did you get?
Another will.
6.
6 successes. Okay, you are able to claw at it, scraping at it, enough to do some damage, but not enough to paralyze it from doing fire again. Another good hit like that should do it, though. With 0 successes, you take a 2 points of superficial damage already halved, as it does manage to bite down upon you and lift you up off of the ground in its mouth. It is keeping you bit down upon, therefore lowering the amount of damage it did to you, but holding you up in basically a grapple in its beak. Okay. Declare intentions.
Gonna try again.
All right, give me another strength and brawl. Jace, you are grappled, so you have to break the grapple before you can really do anything else by getting out of its mouth. So you can do either a strength and athletics to try and avoid. You can attack it, theoretically, in its mouth, just trying to claw at it if you would like. But those are your options at the moment, and it's at a -1 dice penalty, whatever you decide to do.
Is this the head that I pierced earlier, or is this the head
Yes.
that can still speak? Okay.
She is currently fighting the head that can still spew fire. You are just in the one that's got a big gaping wound in its neck.
I'm going to try and push out of it, try and escape.
All right, give me a strength and athletics at a -1. Aspen.
I spent a willpower, so I have 1 more until I'm impaired. But I got 6.
6 successes. Okay. Another scratch across the throat causes a wound to open and the same kind of plasma material to come pouring out of its neck. Take 1 aggravated damage from the contact of the plasma splashing against you. However, you have caused the other head to stop being able to emit fire. At this point, Eliza, having seen you and Larry both roll out from underneath the creature, releases it, inhaling again, causing all of the black, like, misty smoke to go right back into her mouth and down as the creature smashes back down to the ground once again. Both of you roll me a wits and what'd you get, Jace? Sorry.
I got 4.
4 successes. Okay. As you pry the beak open, based off of the situation it's in right now, you are able to get it open, not doing any harm to it, but just enough for you to roll out of its mouth and drop down to the ground. Take 1 point of superficial damage from the ground impact, but you are free from the grapple. Both of you roll me a wits and awareness now. Okay.
5.
Okay. So, as you are entangled with this creature, a flash of light happens as a portal opens around back of the creature. Coming through the portal, or more like being hurled through the portal, is a dog-like creature. Not quite a wolf, but a kind of like, hard to tell at this angle and this perspective. But you see, it is about the size of a person as it's being hurled through, its claws and teeth out in a very like big grin excitedly as it comes flying towards it. And following behind it is the largest bear you've ever seen coming through, having just hurled whatever this creature is in the direction of the Firmlodactyl. As the creature hits, the dog-like creature hits the side of the Firmlodactyl, it attaches onto its back and starts biting down on the back of its neck repeatedly, causing its heads to flail around, trying to reach around back to get whatever's on its neck. Declare your intentions.
I'm going to rend and tear at the body with one of my double claws, and then the other one just normal.
Okay. So yeah, give me a strength and brawl. Jace.
Same thing. Gonna stand up and run over to his side with that head and do the same thing. Just try and claw into it.
Give me a strength and brawl. That face betrays something, Aspen, and it's not good. What did you get?
3.
Okay. Because of the flailing of the heads and the rapid movement of the creature, you are not able to hit it. And in fact, as it's flailing around, it smacks against you, doing 3 points of superficial damage and knocking you off of your feet in the process. Jace.
I got 6 with the brutal.
6 with a brutal. Okay. You have picked up onto the creature and have built your claws in and have started ripping the side of it. You have a good purchase, you have a good grab, and you are on it doing damage. Larry, at this point, has backed away over towards Aspen and is taking a more defensive stance over her as she has been knocked off of her feet and has already taken a pretty significant amount of damage so far. Meanwhile, the bear comes bull rushing towards the creature, running faster than even a large bear of its size probably should, and battering ram smashes into the side of it, causing it to go toppling over to the side and smashing down to the ground. It leaps up on top of it and basically belly flops on the side of the torso of the creature and starts to pin it down. The hyena-looking creature has detached, or the coyote-looking creature, I should say, has detached from the back and is now running up the neck towards the head and is going for the eyes of it, trying to rake out the eyes of the creature. Declare your intentions.
I would like to heal, just a superficial, and then I'm gonna try and go back to scraping at it.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and give me a strength and brawl.
I'm gonna try and heal Nag.
Give me the 2 rage checks for that. And what would you like to do besides that?
So it's tipped over, right? So that the one head that I was going on, it's on the ground?
I'd say it's still
understanding
enough. Yeah, it's enough for you to attack. Yeah, and you'll get a bonus die on your attack. Actually, Aspen, take a bonus die on your attack too, as it is not in a good state right now or position.
I'm gonna rush over closer to it and just really just focus on like the head area and just try and pound into it.
Okay.
Lost one rage.
Aspen, what'd you get?
6.
Okay. Burying your good claw into the neck of it, you actually end up pinning it to the ground, pushing your arm through its neck and down to the ground. It's letting out this raspy, squawking cry as you have now basically driven its neck through and down. You do not take any damage from any kind of plasma or anything as it's already been severed. But yeah, you definitely do some significant damage to it. Jace.
5.
Okay. You are trying to pin down the neck, but you are just grazing it as it's flopping around. You can't quite get a good purchase on it to continue to claw at it. In fact, you might have been flung slightly off of it, but you are still on your feet. You didn't lose any ground. As the coyote leaps up onto the head of it, it looks over at you, Aspen, and gives this kind of devilish grin as it then just bites down onto the eye of the bird pterodactyl creature and starts ripping it out. The bear, meanwhile, while on top of its form, is also biting down into the side of it, just biting and ripping pieces out of the side of it and spitting them off to the side. Last round, declare your intentions.
I'm gonna heal again. Just one superficial, or a superficial. And I would like to try and rip the head off that I have like clawed down. I just want to rip it the rest of the way off.
Okay, give me a strength and brawl. Jace.
I'm also going to attempt to heal a soup. And then just keep try and get better over top of it and try and finish it off.
Okay, give me that strength and brawl. Both of you get the bonus die to it as well, as you have all significantly ganged up on this thing. Okay,
Another
7
6.
successes. Okay, 6 and 7. Okay. Through your combined forces, you are able to sever and remove the head from the creature, who lets out a gasping death wail as it starts to dissipate and almost melt away to the ground. Having conquered the creature, defeated it, you take stock of the situation, looking around at what's going on, and you can actually see Eliza is now back to you, starting to move backwards as a large crab-like creature, as well as 2 regular-sized firmlings, start to approach from the rear. Aspen, you get a female voice enters into your mind and says, "Yo, we got this. It'll be fun." And you can see that the coyote has popped down and is starting to move over towards Eliza's side, with the bear going to move next to it as well.
Okay, I find Larry again, and I just give him a nod and a wink in my, creepy wolf face.
You can see even in his Krynos form that it looks like his eyebrows are up slightly in like thanks for the help, as he goes to follow after the coyote and the bear to go assist Eliza. What would you two like to do? You will have to spend a willpower if you wish to stay in Krynos form at this point. Move on.
I will spend a willpower. I would like to pack instincts just to make sure that Charles and Jester are okay.
They are okay.
Okay, and then I would like to do Mother's Touch on Jace while also grabbing my claw from him and putting it back on while we're going. And I'm gonna nudge my head to keep going.
Okay. So go ahead and make the roll for Mother's Touch.
While walking back and a look towards Eliza and give a slight head nod while heading back towards the greenhouse.
Okay.
And then I'll do Mother's Touch on Aspen as well.
Okay, go ahead and roll yours as well.
I got 4. So what is your rage at, Jace?
I'm at 1 right now.
Okay, then you get an ag cleared.
Ooh, nice. Got 5 successes.
Okay, I believe that beats your rage there, Aspen, or are you still at 5?
No.
No, okay.
2.
Then you can clear an ag as well, as both of you start rushing back in the direction you came towards the greenhouse. As you look upon the greenhouse, even in the umbra, you can see a radiating green energy starting to emanate from the greenhouse itself, as if a power is starting to build and be drawn outward. But as you approach the greenhouse, how do you plan to exit the umbra? Do you wish to do the rite again at a rushed rate at a -1 die per 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and make the rite of shadow passage. How much time do you want to subtract?
Take off about 6 minutes.
Okay, so -3 dice, but add an extra rage dice for Aspen, who is assisting you. Now remember, you gotta beat a difficulty of 4. The gauntlet here is 4 to get through. Although it's actually less to leave. So I will say that it is a difficulty of 2 to leave.
How many willpowers do you want me to spend to stay in Krynos?
I'll say
That's a
you each
good
spend
point.
another willpower to stay in Krynos if you're going to do, if you wish to stay.
Three.
3 successes is enough. So let's get the group back together, shall we? Once you were in the greenhouse, Jester, as you and Charles move back towards the greenhouse proper, you start to see the fading rippling of shadow passage occurring. And after about 2 to 4 minutes, about 4 minutes, you see Aspen and Jace emerge from the Umbra onto this side. They are also in their Krynos form, and they do look a little banged up. You can see the kind of burn scorching along their frame, having taken the hits of the bale fire. But they're alive. Now, all of you are in Krynos form, so there's not really a lot of conversation that can be happening. But Charles lets out a huff of relief upon seeing the two of you emerge from the Umbra. And as he looks to both of you, he then looks back towards the laboratory and the room within before he turns and starts stalking off in that direction.
As
Oh.
we're... Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'll look to both of you and just give a bark like, good, and then go, and follow behind him.
Okay, so you'll all have to take an extra point of willpower damage to stay in Krynos if you so wish to do so, as you start stalking down into the greenhouse, into the laboratory.
Okay, I also would like to howl as we're going and do Howl of Assembly, and I'll take half so everybody can get a willpower back.
Yep.
Okay.
I
So
will
as-
drop down to Glabro.
Okay.
And then
Go-
just shifting down and then patting himself, grabbing his pistol, and then a little sigh of relief, and then look at the door and a sigh of reluctance. and then keep walking.
Okay, so make the rage check to shift down.
I have a question.
Yes.
With her Howl of Assembly, because I had 3 aggravated and 2 superficial. Like, it takes away a superficial, so does that mean I'm no longer impaired?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, even with aggravated damage, you're still no longer impaired as long as all your boxes aren't full.
I am no longer impaired.
Okay. So as everyone starts moving through the greenhouse towards the laboratory, you pass through, and in the laboratory is an absolute, utter disaster zone. You see yellowish black ichor staining most of the walls and floor. You see the collapsed forms of 2 Hamid form individuals, although based off of how broken and destroyed they are, you could tell that these were likely 2 other infected Guru that had engaged with Charles and Jester. One of them is sliced completely in half, having been torn apart from the midsection, but Charles just steps over them, not even giving it a second thought as he continues walking through towards the double doors beyond. As you reach those double doors, through the windows on the doors is this... Well, it's actually dark in those windows as you approach. Charles, not even stopping, just kicks the doors open and continues through. And as you walk through into the next room, you find that you are in a large cement windowless chamber. And actually roll me a wits and awareness. However, it's pretty dark, so give me that at a -2. Okay, so for those of you who got 1 success, you can hear some murmuring, maybe a couple of gasps at the sound of your arrival. Jace, however, with the ambient light coming through the door as it's kicked open, there's the cell. And inside there's 5 individuals ranging in age that have backed away from the door to the cell, but aren't pressing up against the bars. They seem to actively be avoiding touching the bars as much as possible.
Gonna take another look around and then walk over towards the cell.
As you approach the cell, them actually seeing you go, "You're Ravi's friend, right?"
Yeah, this everyone?
All of us that's left.
Okay. We're gonna try and get you guys out of here, right?
Please hurry. We don't know where he went. He was here just a moment ago and now he's gone.
He who?
Him.
Right. Gonna look at the bars and out of motion try and grab him and then look back towards either Charles or Jester and just kind of like wave them over.
I'll move over.
I'd like everyone to give me a wits and composure.
Four.
Okay. Aspen, Jester, everything is as it should be as you move into the room. But Jace, looking at the cell, looking at the individuals, it looks a little too easy, a little too perfect.
At that point, he'll put his hands up towards Jester, like, hold on. And then
What are you
take
doing?
another
Hurry,
good.
help us.
Can I investigate the cell itself a little bit further?
Sure. Give me a wits and investigation.
5.
The cell, the bars, they're unmarred, unmarked. They look like they've been recently made, maybe even like days recently made, with how pristine and perfect they are. They're almost polished to a shine. And you can see that they've got that dull iron metal making them up. But the way everything is, even the people inside, their clothes don't look rumpled or ruffled. They look clean. Their faces, some of them should have stubble or growth, look clean shaven like the first time you met them. Everything just looks too perfect for people who've been captive for months now. And your mind flashes back to your last visit to Piney Point and how everything was just so perfect. That being said, I need everybody to make dexterity and athletics rolls. Jace, you can do so at your full pool. Aspen and Jester, you are at a -3 to this roll. Okay. Almost immediately, as if out of the ground, vines burst up, start to wrap around each of you. There are several blooms attached to the vines themselves. They look like, I want to say white flowers, but let me double check really quick. Actually, they're purplish blue flowers that are attached along the stalks of this vine. Jester, give me a stamina and resolve check as Wolfsbane has entwined you and the emanating perfume and odor coming out of it starts to burn in your nostrils and in your throat.
Stamina plus what?
Stamina plus resolve.
Okay. I actually got 7 plus a crit.
Okay. Feeling that burning sensation in your throat, you quickly take a deep breath and hold your breath as best as possible, completely bewildered and unaware of what's happening at the moment. I think this would, well, no, 7 plus a crit. You could stay in your Krynos form. However, I need everyone in Krynos to spend another willpower to stay in said form.
Back to being impaired.
The cell, the bars, people inside all melt away, leaving just one singular robed figure standing in their place, a green light emanating from beneath the hood. Looks like I caught myself some pups. I wonder if the same thing will happen to you that happened to the last ones. And he starts to lift a hand, and you can see the yellow energy starting to grow within his hand. What would you like to do?
Are we going in order?
Yeah, let's go with Aspen, then Jester, then Jace.
What does the yellow look like?
It looks like the same kind of yellow energy as the infection, as the kind of organic infection that's been spreading. However, I will say this is more concentrated and bright.
And we're trapped, right?
You're bound in these vines, yeah.
Okay. I would like to try and rip out of the vines.
Okay, give me a strength and brawl. Or strength and athletics. It's not a brawl thing, it's a athletics thing. Jester.
Still trying to hold my breath for whatever, like, fresh hell this changeling has created with these vines. I am going to also attempt to break out.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a strength and athletics. It will be at a -1 because you are holding your breath. And then following that, I need another stamina and resolve check.
Okay.
Jace.
Being wrapped in the vines, able to still shoot, or am I like bound?
You are bound pretty tightly. Like these have basically encircled you and have flung, pressing your arms against your side. You could try and
break
shoot
out
the vine if you wanted to, but it's going to be pretty close to your body.
Yeah, no, I'll just try and rip my way out.
Okay, give me a strength and athletics as well. Aspen, with 4 successes, as you push the vines off of you, they just end up pulling back in and tightening even more, holding you in place. Jester.
Strength and athletics, I got 6 successes. But my stamina resolve, I got 3.
Okay. As you manage to free yourself of the vines, it takes so much force and will that you can't hold your breath any longer. And you let out. And as you take in another breath, take 2 points of aggravated damage as the wolf bane starts to burn your lungs, in your chest, in your body, and you drop to the ground under the crippling agony. It feels like air isn't entering your lungs, just fire. Fire is entering your lungs. Jace.
3 to try and get out.
Okay, 3 successes. Again, not enough. You try to push against the vines, but they just end up tightening again and squeezing you, doing a point of superficial damage to you, Jace, as they hold you in check. Charles, bewildered by this whole thing and completely wrapped up in the vines as well, sees Jester go down and tries to force against the vines, but 2 more vines come out of the ceiling as he breaks his arm free, grab his wrists, and pull them off to the side, almost stringing him out, unable to grasp onto the vines that are on his legs and body. You see the hooded figure shake their head a few times. Oh, no, 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 no. Not this time. As he brings up the yellow energy in his hands, you actually see a red light start to shine from underneath the hood, accompanied by the green of his eyes. And as he looks towards Jester, he's going to shift and send the yellow light in her direction. Jester, I need you to make a... Actually, you are inoculated against the infection, so you will not get infected. But I do need you to make another stamina and resolve. However, as you are currently suffering, make it at a -2.
Can I also attempt to heal?
Sure. Yeah.
I do have superficial, so I can attempt to heal the superficial
absolutely.
at least. Okay. I didn't make my rage check, so I'm gonna go down a rage, but I'm gonna spend a willpower to reroll.
Okay.
Is this going in rounds? Because I need to know if I spent other willpower.
It's in rounds, yeah. It's still the same round.
Okay. Cool. I got 4 successes.
Okay. With 4 successes, as you are finding yourself struggling to breathe, the burning inside of your lungs starts to worsen, and in fact, you feel a uncomfortable pressure against your chest as the yellow energy hits you, filling your nose, filling your eyes, filling your ears, filling your mouth. Something in you starts to grow. You feel a pinch against your chest as a vine starts to break out of your chest with the same purpley flowers. Take another point of aggravated physical damage as wolfsbane literally grows out of your chest and starts crawling its way out.
At this point, I'm letting out a screaming yelp.
Okay. Both of you in Kranos form need to spend another willpower for me.
Okay. At that point, that would take me to incapacitated, so I am going to take a temporary stain against my Hoglosk to wipe it.
Okay, so regaining all of your willpower back. Your anger at not understanding what's happening, not understanding what's going on. Everything feels wrong. Everything. What is this? What is this plant? What is it doing to you? You are able to kind of get your wits about you a little bit more, your awareness about you, but it just burns. It burns so much. And in fact, the skin around the fur and skin around the emerging plant starts to burn away underneath it, almost as if it's wilting and curling back away from it, trying to flee something that it can't flee because it's inside of you, growing out. Declare your intentions. Aspet, we'll start with you.
I would like to try and rip out of these vines. Can I just start like punching them with my
Yeah,
claws?
you know what? Give me a strength and brawl. We're gonna say you try to grasp them and literally tear them off like you would a brawl attack. And in fact, using your claws, I will say that actually removes the disadvantage, as those are made of the cold iron. If you can pierce the vines, they will react in kind. Jester, you are on the ground, writhing, in too much pain even to stand, as it feels like a volcano is erupting out of your chest. What would you like to do?
I am going to first try to heal an ag, and second, I'm going to try to rip this vine out of me. This is the source. Whatever this thing is, it is the source of that is causing so much pain that I want it out, so I'm going to try to rip it out.
Okay. So go ahead and make the 2 rage checks. Try and heal the ag. And then give me a strength and athletics, but you are at a -3 to that roll. Try and tear it out of your chest.
All right. Just so you know, I failed the rage. 1 rage. I'm at 1 rage now, so.
Okay. Jace.
Attempt to heal a soup, and what penalties would I have if I try and shoot the vine?
To shoot the vine, I'm going to say it's at a -2, kind of like a called shot.
Okay. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try to heal the soup and try and shoot the vine.
So give me the rage check for the superficial, and then we're going to make this dexterity in firearms. Thus, the negative is like your hands pinched, so you can't aim, you can't kind of decide. You're just kind of shooting on faith, hoping that you hit it.
Gotcha. Rage is good.
Aspen.
I got 5.
5 successes. Okay. As you grab onto the vines, not taking any damage as they're squeezing you. You're maintaining your form and your shape, but 5 is still not enough to tear the vines off of you. And in fact, they seem to be curling up around your fingers and almost locking your hands in as they wrap around. Jester.
I got 3 successes.
3 successes. Okay. 3 successes is definitely not enough. As you grab the vine and try to tear it out, you just find that it just keeps going and going, going. And in fact, another one pops out of your torso and starts to grow. Take another point of aggravated physical damage. At this point, you can't even stop yourself from screaming. This is literally vines and plants starting to pop out of your chest, even in your Krynos form. It is probably the most agony and pain you've ever been in. Give me another stamina and composure check. If you fail, you will lose your Krynos form. You will be forced to shift out.
Okay. Any negatives or?
Yeah, here's at a -2.
Okay.
Jace.
4.
4 successes. Okay. You fire off the round and you hear it hit the cement floor. The vines tighten, but not enough to do any damage to you, but you are still very much restrained. At this point, the hooded figure just kind of curls his fingers around as the yellow energy continues to sweep over Jester, emanating from her, the vines continuing to grow, the plants continuing to pop out. And in fact, Jester, what'd you get?
3 successes.
3 successes. Jester, you stop breathing as you feel something worm its way up your throat, and a purple bloom starts to emerge from your mouth. You are forced out of Krynos, back into Hamid form. How much damage are you at, and are you incapacitated?
I am incapacitated. I am at 5 of 1 superficial, 4 ag.
Okay, so as you shift down, fall unconscious, as the blooms just start to cover your body. At this point, Charles frenzies, and in doing so, tears the vines out of the wall and rips his body out, taking damage as wounds just rip open on his physique as he tears out of the vines and goes launching towards the cloaked figure, smashing into the side of him and breaking his concentration and knocking him to the ground. The vines start to immediately drop off of both of you, uncurling and falling to the ground. Declare your next intentions.
As soon as the vines are off, I'm running towards Jester and I'm just trying to rip out as much as I can.
Okay. As you get over to her, roll me a intelligence and science.
Can I add my earth science?
Yes, absolutely. Jace, what are you doing?
As the vines drop up, I'm also rushing over towards Jester. I'm gonna take a stain to get my willpower back.
Okay. Taking a stain against Hoglosk. This is going wrong. This is not how this is supposed to go. You saw the vision. You've done everything you can to avoid that outcome. But you're losing. And worse than that, you're losing a packmate potentially in the process. As that anger fills up inside you, you find your clarity and focus come into sharp focus. and you focus on the situation with Jester as Aspen approaches as well and starts to try and tend to her. Aspen, are you dropping out of your Krynos form? Okay, give me another willpower then. Damage as you stay in Krynos form.
I'm gonna attempt Mother's Touch as he runs over, taking the stain, and attempt to do something with her.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll it.
Seeing a packmate down, does that increase rage, or am I still sitting at 1?
Yeah, you know what? Take the increase in rage. Actually, both of you can. Aspen, what'd you get on that intelligence and science?
I believe with me being impaired as far as willpower goes, that's a -1 to mental, or is it -2?
-2 if you're impaired.
-2. Okay. I did roll -1, so I can re-roll. Hold on.
Jester, you were going to say something.
If I'm unconscious, did I lose the wolf?
You did lose the wolf, yes.
Okay.
That is 5 with a crit, and that's with the -2.
Okay. As you look at the plants, as you approach, you almost immediately recognize the purple flowers. Wolfsbane. Normally not effective, normally not problematic to Garou. It's an ancient myth that was told in stories and legends that Wolfsbane could ward off Garou. But something about this Wolfsbane is hurting Jester, and it seems to be inside of her. You could potentially remove it, but as long as there is any in her body, it is going to continue to harm her and keep her incapacitated, maybe even kill her if it's exposed long enough, based off of this reaction.
Okay. Follow up to that. Can I roll any sort of intelligence or anything to figure out how to get it out of her safely?
Intelligence and medicine.
Okay.
Jace, what'd you get?
5.
Okay. As one ag is healed, she almost immediately takes another one, staying in the same incapacitated state. The plants continuing to pop and grow out of her, coming out of her mouth, starting to drape down her cheeks and chin. You hear snarling and snapping and tearing behind you, but all you can do is focus at this moment on what's happening in front of you. Aspen, what'd you get?
That was a 3.
You're not entirely sure, but your best guess is you have to remove whatever the root is, whatever these things are growing out of. You could probably pull the plant out, but even if you did, as long as there's any root still inside, it's still going to have the effect. Her reactions are almost allergic to this by how violently it's affecting her. So yes, you could pull and rip at the vines, but if there's any in her stomach, she's not going to recover.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Jace like quickly, and just because we can't speak that well, but
You still have mind speak.
I still have that link with him. Worry about him, and I'm gonna point over towards Charles. And I think we have one more pouch that Jester has of the fog. I'm gonna just pour that down her mouth, since these are obviously have something to do with the Fae, because they were Fae-like when I scratched at the vines.
Okay. Yeah, so as you tear out the pouch and rip it open with your teeth and just shove it into her mouth and start squeezing the bag in, Jester, give me a composure and stamina check to see if your body immediately rejects it. I will say that you are not at a negative for this. It is just a straight flat roll, but you are in Hamid, so you do not get the bonuses of extra health or extra physical. Jace, what are you doing?
After Aspen tells him to go focus over there. He's gonna give a nod, stand up, get his pistol, cock it, and then run over towards Charles and assist however he can.
Okay. So Charles, you can see as you approach that the hooded figure has rips in their robes now, that their hood has been knocked back. Underneath is a particularly strange creature. It's got little horns coming out of its head. It's actually a lot shorter than it appeared to be before. It almost had like this emanating presence that made it seem bigger, but now it's probably only about maybe 4.5 feet tall at best. It's got like tiny little goat horns out of its head. And you can see the glowing green energy in its eyes and the red energy seeming to emanate from the center of his forehead as he is holding out hands. And as Charles is trying to claw at them, there's some kind of barrier blocking his hits. But he is just still relentlessly clawing and pawing at this barrier, trying to break through. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna do a called shot. I'm gonna try and shoot the hand.
Okay. Yeah, give me a -2, but you can do either dex or composure and firearms since you are free.
He's running up right
Dex.
now, so I'm a dex.
Dex. Aspen, as you're squeezing the bag into her mouth, Jester, what did you get?
I have a question. So
Uh-huh.
since I am unconscious, I cannot spend willpower, right?
No.
Okay. I have
You
0
could.
successes. However, I would like to use the reroll I have from Devlin to reroll that.
Go ahead. From
I got
almost
one
a year
success.
ago, maybe a year
Yes.
ago at this point.
Yes, 1 success. But it was
One
one better than I
success.
had.
Aspen. Blood initially starts to go into her mouth. You have to tear one of the plants out of her mouth to do so, to even make it room, as there was a bloom just seeming to grow out of her mouth. Forcing it in, you see that it just seems to be bubbling up and spilling out of the sides of her mouth and not actually being ingested. It is just pouring out, almost like if you were to overflow a cup. There's no effect.
Then so she doesn't have to swallow it. Seeing that before I use all of it, I'm going to do a terrible thing and I'm going to puncture her stomach so it goes directly into her stomach and she doesn't have to swallow it.
Okay, give me a wits and medicine roll, as this is kind of a very surgical maneuver. You have to think about exactly where you're going to puncture, where the stomach is related in the body. Take another willpower point of damage, by the way. You're still in trinos throughout all of this.
Yeah.
Oops.
Can
yeah.
I roll intelligence in medicine?
Sure, why not? You're thinking
Okay.
back to like science class, biology, trying to think of where all these parts are. You can't take earth science on this one, unfortunately. It is the human anatomy for the most
Looking
part.
back to like my mother and all of her nursing stuff, kind
Yeah.
of.
Absolutely. Jace, what'd you get?
6 with a crit.
You fire the gun. As the bullet strikes his hand just explodes in red, visceral goo, spattering across the wall, spattering across Charles, but also it burns. It just sears and sizzles on his hand as he lets out a scream, recoiling a stump away, which gives Charles enough time after the barrier breaks to lunge in and tackle him once more onto the ground. You can see he's biting down and just shaking his head back and forth, enraged at the body down on the ground. Aspen, what'd you get?
Can I take a stain for my willpower as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so I spent a willpower and I got 5 with a crit.
So your goal here is to puncture her stomach, to take what fluid you can from the mixture and pour it into her stomach directly.
Right, so it pumps through her body with being into the stomach.
Okay. Shoving the bag up against her stomach, you can see that there's only about half of it left. As you did try to pour some into her mouth and it was unsuccessful. Try to salvage what you can. In fact, give me another D10 odds or evens to see if there's enough left for the formula to work.
Okay, I'm going even.
Okay.
So nervous, I'm dropping my dice. Hold on. 10.
As you squeeze the bag into her stomach, moments pass. Moments that feel like an eternity as a pack leader, as a guide, as a caretaker, a friend, sister. And then a gentle fog starts to emanate from the wound in her chest first, then from her skin. The plants that are growing out of her start to shrivel up, coil on themselves. Because while they are wolfsbane, they are enhanced with some fey magic. And with the cold iron that is lacing the fog, you can see them curl back into her, into the wounds in her chest as they're becoming brittle and breaking apart. Holes in her chest are still very much there, but the plants inside shrivel up and die inside of her. Jace, what are you doing?
Charles, you said like has him pinned and is biting.
Yeah. He's frenzied. He's not stopping.
Is it possible just to walk up to this dude and just like shoot him in the head? Because I'm assuming he's focusing on Charles. He's not really focused on me at the moment.
Sure. Give me a composure and firearms. However, because Charles is giving him a great deal of cover, the difficulty is going to be raised.
Okay.
Charles is literally on top of him in his hulking war form, covering up most of his body, if not the whole thing. Because this little satyr is not too big to avoid this.
Makes sense. Before I go through with this, going up and shooting me in the head, is that technically a called shot?
It is definitely a called shot, so it's a -4 to your roll.
Two.
As you walk up, place the gun against the temple of the flailing body, trying to get to the temple as you're knocked away several times in attempts by arms just flapping around, a stubbed arm trying to knock you away. You place the barrel up against the red, glowing energy emanating from their forehead. You pull the trigger. Almost immediately, an explosion emanates out of the back of his head, coating the ground in red, viscous fluid. As he dies, the iron round you just put into his brain, everything starts to shimmer in the room and waver. The ambient light being your only source of light, but this fog that's starting to fill the room causes some items to come into stark contrast as they become visible, as the illusion fades. A cell, a real cell, worn and rusted. It's off to one side with the most disheveled group of individuals. But also, a sixth individual is shackled to the wall. And it looks like they have been slowly vivisected. A little bit at a time. Cuts here, cuts there, symbols carved into their chest. It doesn't take much guess to see that they are very much dead against the wall. But over in the cell, you hear whimpering, crying, breathless calls for help. Charles, meanwhile, is not sated with the head being blown off of this guy. He is still biting and tearing, ripping each limb off of the body before turning angry eyes on. He then stands up to his full height and lets out a snarl, his lips curling back. You can see the silver blades coming out of his fingertips. What do you do?
Gonna holster the pistol, but then grab the actual holster itself and show it to him, the one that he gifted Jace. We got him. Okay? We're good. He'll like turn back towards Aspen and Jester. Okay? Things are getting... Just need you to take a couple deep breaths. I'm not your enemy.
Charisma and persuasion.
I'm gonna spend a will. Three.
As you say these words, attempting to reach whatever part of him is still in there, whatever part isn't this blood-soaked monster, the true essence of everything that people fear about werewolves, about Guru. You see his head cock and shake for a moment, before he looks at you again, charges, rushing at you, faster than even believed to be possible. Make me a dexterity and athletics check. Champ, Aspen, what would you like to do?
I would like to pump a Mother's Touch into Jester, and while I'm doing it, like checking to see if she's breathing, I'm gonna be like, please wake up, Charles needs you. And I'm gonna put my hands on her stomach.
Okay, give me that roll for Mother's Touch.
With the -2, that is 3.
Okay. Well, she's at 0 rage, so it obviously works, healing 1 aggravated. As some of the wounds start to close up, Jester, you feel breath enter your body for the first time in what feels like an eternity of darkness. Why don't you tell me what was going through your mind as you laid there unconscious, the life slipping from through your fingers?
I always thought I would die fighting. I'm Garu, it's what we do, but maybe something welcomed it at times. But at this time, with all those vines and all that pain, I was scared and I didn't want to die.
While you wake up in darkness, there's just enough light emanating from the laboratory for you to have to like wince at the brightness of it. Aspen's voice coaxing you back. from the brink. Everything hurts, everything burns, and you cannot feel that connection to Gaia that you have felt pretty consistently. But you are conscious, you are awake, and you see or hear the snarling of Charles as he attacks Jace. Jace, what did you get?
I spent another will. I got 1.
Okay. Take 1 aggravated damage as he runs up and bites down on your shoulder and throws you across the room, following shortly after on all fours, running in your direction. Declare your intentions, all of you. Aspen, then Chester, then Jace.
To talk to Jester, I would have went down into Glabro, so I'm only at 1 rage. I'd kind of help her. I'm helping her like get up because I feel like the only person like hearing and seeing the kind of chaos as I'm looking back and forth. The only person that could get through to Charles isn't me, isn't Jace, it's Jester. So I'm just helping her onto her feet as best as I can to just get her up to see what's happening.
All right, Jester. You see the large, silvery furled wolf that you know to be Charles's war form, although he's covered in blood. He's more red than he is silver at this point.
I will look around slightly confused because just waking up, but when I'm noticing it, it'll go into a panic and I'll just yell out, "Charles, stop! It's Jace!"
Yeah, charisma and persuasion.
Can I get an assist from Aspen since she was helping me up?
Sure, you know what? She brought you back to consciousness. She's putting you in the position to do something. I think that's enough assistance to count.
Okay. Oh my god, I don't have any rage dice. I'm gonna spend a willpower. Oh, okay. I got 6 with a crit.
Jace, as you hit the wall, taking another 2 points of superficial damage. In a flash, Charles is there, up against the wall, almost pinning you, his large jaws salivating, breathing heavily. And as Jester screams out, you see all of that fire, uncontrolled fury and rage fade from his eyes as he becomes aware of you. He almost immediately pushes off of the wall, backing away as fast as he can. You can see, roll me a wits and insight.
Rage still 2 with all this going on?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd say you were more panicked than enraged. So,
Fair.
yeah.
4.
You see horror and shame enter his eyes as he sees your wounded self, sees what's happened. And as he backs away, he quickly shifts out of Krynos and back into Hamid. You can see his suit is blood-soaked. His face is blood-soaked. Even his normally silvery hair has blood matted in it. Jace, I'm sorry.
It's fine. He'll kind of push himself up and kind of give him a cold shoulder and walk over towards the cell, not making eye contact with him at all.
Okay. As you head over to the cell, you see the individuals in the cell stand up. Again, still not touching the bars. That much was accurate. But they look to you with pleading eyes. Roll me a strength and athletics to break open the cell door. Seems like it's a pretty simple padlock. It's more the content of the cell that was keeping them in line than the lock itself.
3.
3 successes. Okay, easy enough. You grab the little padlock, twist it off, and the cell opens. Pulling the bar door open for them, they come slowly edging their way out, looking at you and then looking over in the direction of Charles and the others. Are we... everything okay? Can we go?
The person who did this to you all has been taken care of. What I'd recommend is you guys stay behind us. We're going to try and get you guys out. Are you guys okay? Anybody hurt? Anybody can't walk?
We'll make it. Slowly, but we'll make it. You can see that they're starting to help one another. One has their arms draped around 2 of them, but is slowly walking with a pretty heavy limp.
I'm just gonna be leaning heavily against Aspen and be like, slow is good. What the hell happens?
A lot. We'll tell you when you're better.
Oh. Okay.
As all of you depart the facility, Charles actually lifts you into his arms, gesture to carry you on the way out, taking up the rear, letting Aspen and Jace take the front. Very quiet out in the parking lot. As you walk through the laboratory and then the greenhouse, you see that the vines that were enclosing around the greenhouse have completely disappeared, withered away. Out in the parking lot, you see several smoking piles throughout the parking lot. You see She Who Shines in her human form, seeming to walk through some smoking husked bodies and give them a gentle kick with her foot to see if there's any reaction before looking at all of you, giving a nod of her head. As you return to the street, you regroup, you find that while everyone took quite a bit of damage, there was only one loss. The ratkin known as Dodger. You can see the other ratkin are gathered around, looking over their friend. See the hellhounds standing nearby, having been successful in their mission. And as you make it, you hear the sound of crumbling behind you. Piney Point slowly crumbles in on itself. The large stacks collapsing in on themselves. Building, the sound of breaking glass as the greenhouse collapses. Piney Point is no more. As is the infection, as is the plants, as is the plant-like creatures. With the death, the servant of Balor, the changeling, responsible for all of this, with the death of Vanessa at the hands of the Hellhounds, or I should say the claws of the Hellhounds, you have succeeded. The story doesn't end there. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the second half of tonight's story. See you in a minute. Welcome back. As we return, we find ourselves at the cairn. Been a couple of days since the events of Piney Point. For one of you, that's been a long couple of days of recovery, or at least attempting to recover, although it happened very slowly. Even after the return of the wolf, the residual leftovers of the wolf's bane slowed healing dramatically. But you are reassured, Jester, that in a couple of days it should be fine. Should be back to normal. Able to heal your own wounds while being tended to by Eliza, and Aspen, and probably even Jace at times. Try and give you whatever assistance they can. But it's a new year. And now, a new moon of the new year. Which means that the cairn opens itself once more. It is the one time of every year that this cairn, in its unique and special way, allows access to Guru, not specifically of the tribe that created it, but all Guru. All those who are willing to pledge themselves, swear themselves, or have already done so, to form a special bond with this place. So on this night, as everyone gathers together, as your minds drift back and forth from Piney Point for the past year, for some of you even longer, the scene is yours. Eliza off to one side, making preparations for the rite. Artie here in person, instead of just over the headset, having hemmed and hawed and tended to Aspen hand and foot as much as possible since her return from Piney Point. And while Charles has been a constant presence, Jester, he's been a lot more quiet, even for him. Still being affectionate, caring for you, but there's a certain detachment in his behavior. And when you call attention to it, he snaps out of it. But he's still a little colder, a little sadder, having followed what happened that evening. So as I said, the scene is yours.
Aspen is putting pictures and different things on Aiden's tree, and just kind of letting people gather as they will, not making a big fuss about it after the long week or so of recovery, and just kind of keeping to herself as people come in and gather.
Jester is kind of at the table just arranging the spread of food that they have, which consists of a bunch of hamburgers and hot dogs and tacos. Occasional, or there's a couple fresh hunted rabbits as well. Not on the table. They're actually by the tree.
Jace is helping Eliza as much as he can, gathering different bowls, herbs, getting different vials that she's asking for. As she's coordinating, he's just more of a gopher for her to go back into the RV, grab stuff, and go back and forth.
Jace, this is a very unusual rite. As you have not borne witness to it before, there is a lot going into it that is definitely out of the norm, out of tradition. But you've known that. You've heard whispers about this place. You've heard whispers about this activity that is about to take place. Where's Jace's head at in terms of the rite, what it entails, and his potential commitment to it?
As far as his commitment, he's here for the fight and he's willing to fight for as long as needed. That other side of commitment of not just to a place, but to a pack, and a new pack that he's only had and known for a year. Old memories coming back as he's going and grabbing stuff for Eliza are coming in. The different rites and stuff performed at the his old cairn. But he's ready for the rite. He's wanting to be a part of something bigger, and there's nothing that he's come across or heard about anything bigger than this.
One of the important materials Eliza asked for was the dream catcher, the spirit catcher. The one supposedly containing the spirit of Kat, your old mentor, the theurge of your old sept. In fact, seems to be a focal point of this rite, as it's not as simple as a personal commitment or an oath given by a guru. It's literally the passing of a spirit. In some ways, trapping of a spirit. Not allowing it to go on to whatever grand reward awaits it beyond, but instead keeping it in service. Larry awkwardly lingers, assisting where he can, but still very much a little bit shell-shocked from his first major outing being with the dragon and with mushroom zombies and all kinds of craziness, a pterodactyl of sorts. But he's present, he's aware, and he's helping where he can. Definitely is still getting used to this whole guru thing, the lifestyle of it all. Eliza looks to you, Jace, as she's taking the implements you've just brought and she's setting them out. You all right?
Yeah, mentally taking notes.
Good. One day this is going to be your job.
Long time from now, but yeah.
We always wish it to be longer, and yet it's never long enough.
Ain't that the truth? Thought we were gonna lose you there for a bit.
I'll always keep underestimating me. I've still got a few tricks up my sleeve. I don't got pockets in this dress, but...
Fair. The turtle shell thing. Nice touch.
Well, I have been obviously convening with the spirits of this place. And it's a gift offered by Turtle. Now, fortunately, this wasn't Turtle themselves assisting here, but that energy was still very prevalent. And it came in handy.
Yeah, I don't want to go look over to like a near tree and kind of give it a little knock. I don't feel like we're gonna run into any more of those here in the future, but if we can keep those like once every, I don't know, 5-10 years, we can deal something with that.
Well, whatever y'all did had an impact, effect. In fact, Artie was telling me that there's been news reports about random fires in woods, but nothing that did damage to the trees around, just smoke. And then when they went to investigate, they didn't find anything. They just found ashes and molder. And Piney Point itself, it was as if all at once they all went up. Whatever was left. Whatever you did, it was thorough and complete. Of course, I'm sure there's going to still be some desire to scout around, clean up any remnants if there are any, but even if there were, I doubt they would have the potency that they had before.
I'll have to talk to the spirits. We wouldn't have been able to do any of that if they did not aid.
That you're doing something you should take pride in. Now, yes, Star may have carried the message, but she carried it with your face, with your name, your words. And the spirits answered. Because you're right, without them, it would have been a hopeless struggle. We might have done some damage, sure, but we would have been overwhelmed, undoubtedly. I know that war changes us. Every battle adds a new scar. Creates some weight. But I can't help but wonder if you're carrying a little bit more weight than the others. What happened in there, Jace?
Aside from seeing one of the changelings and what was done, the inscriptions on it, got a little silvery thorn in my side about an issue, and he'll look over towards the direction of Charles. I don't really like being clawed and thrown up against a wall and then nearly having my face bit off.
No, no one does. Understandably. I often feel like a betrayal. And I recognize and acknowledge and support that feeling. And if you need to sit in that space for a while, you need to be angry, be angry. What I will tell you is this. Something to consider when you're ready. There is no way in his right mind he would have done anything to hurt you. And everybody, no matter how buttoned up and lint-rolled they are, is susceptible to the animalistic nature within, especially if they have been suffocating that side of themselves. But for now, that's not your concern or one to worry about. For now, feel what you feel. You get through that feeling, and when you're ready, you go to the other side of it.
I know he wasn't in his right state of mind, but it is still him that did it, and it's hard to get past that. But I will.
Absolutely.
Thank you for validating that.
It is completely valid, Jace. Nobody likes getting their ass kicked if they didn't ask for it. Especially when life was on the line. Not just sparring, not just a challenge. A life or death situation. That's a lot. So you feel those feelings and know that I understand. Respect them. Whatever you need, however you need it, I'm here for you. And when you're ready, I'm sure so is he. Charles has made incredible progress since his arrival here, but he is still guru like anyone else, even though he would give the appearance of anything but. In the heat of battle, especially, and she looks towards Jester and Charles, someone we care about is in peril. It's easy to lose sight of it. You almost went and got yourself killed over word that your friends had been hurt. But again, sit in it, feel it, understand it. When you're ready, release it. I'll be here all the while. She reaches over and puts a hand against your face.
He'll lean
Proud
into
of
it.
you. I couldn't have done this without you. And I'm honored that you're even considering joining this family. I know you've lost a great deal. Something you and I have in common. But what you're gaining, it's a greater thing than Gaia could ever give you. Because it's not something of Gaia. It's something manifested by those who are a part of it. Gaia just provides the opportunity.
I am looking forward to it. One thing, though, as a bone gnar, I'm not huge on accolades. You don't have to keep saying that I did a good job and stuff.
Well, I'm saying it to you in person, privately, rather than making a big grand show of it. One, you need to hear it. And two, the way you blush hearing it, if I had a camera ready, I would be taking so many pictures.
No, didn't I? I'll just be stone cold with you from now on. There's no reactions.
I dare you.
It's hard to be upset around you. You know that?
There's plenty in this world to be upset about. When we're in moments like this, when we're in a place like this, it's a nice and rare opportunity to let that go. And I try to create as many of those opportunities for all of my children as much as possible. Because I know how hard this life is. I know what you have to give up for it. I'll do
It's worth
anything.
it, though.
Absolutely. Because if not us, then who? If not us, then we just sit back, stand by, and watch the world burn around us. That's assuming we even know what's happening.
Good thing this place has you too, though.
Well, I'll be here. No matter what.
Yeah, look to the trees. Yep, for a long time.
There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
At that point, you'll go in for a hug with her.
Wraps her arms around you and gives you the kindest, but also a very firm hug. With the nicest of squeezes that almost makes you feel like a swaddled baby for a moment. Just safe. As she releases you, she gives you one more smile, pausing to just look you in the eyes. Touches your cheek one more time. And then she turns back to the rites and the preparations. Aspen, what are you doing?
Aspen is sitting by the tree, just just kind of looking after she's put up all the pictures and kind of decorated it a little bit. Just sitting by the little alcove of the tree, whispering to it, probably looking a little crazy. Just, thanks, buddy, for that help at Piney Point. Really came in clutch. Everybody's safe for the most part. Bumps and bruises, but well, some anger too, but that comes with the territory, right?
Well, there's no response. Not outwardly, there's an acknowledgement. You're heard. You feel heard. Maybe it's a slight breeze going through the trees as winter continues its unusual hold on the area. You definitely feel acknowledged. Artie, after seeing you for a few moments, watching from a distance, walks up, pauses to look at some of the photos, reaches out and puts a hand on the tree. He's got a wistful smile on his face, especially as he touches a photograph of the two of them. Him with his still long dreaded hair. Hard to believe it's only been a year.
Yeah, it feels like forever.
We're still here.
Crazy, right?
Though at the same time, I think he knew we would be.
Yeah, if, anyone knows how stubborn I am other than you and Jester, it's gonna be him.
Did a really good job.
Everyone's safe, and that's what matters.
But a pterodactyl? Really? You thought you'd
What?
just go charging at a pterodactyl?
Pterodactyl with 2 heads, excuse me. And
Oh, good. A biodactyl.
and it was nuts, but I didn't want them out there by themselves.
I'm going to tell you this. You're a warrior, Aspen. I know you love to play diplomat and lawyer and intellectual. Someone who's just those things doesn't go charging multi-headed fire-breathing beasts. Unless maybe to provide a means of escape, but you killed it. You kicked its ass.
With a lot of help, honestly. Still gotta talk to some people about some things I saw, but that's for another day. I don't know. Warrior is interesting. Just a leader.
Yeah, there are leaders who lead from the front, and there are those who lead back. Who lead from the front. And that means something. The greatest leaders are there with their soldiers on the front lines. You're one of those leaders. A warrior.
Just a weird thing to hear. But I mean, I don't hate it.
So, pretty big deal that's happening today.
Yeah. We gotta get Jace all tied up to a tree. Not literally, although that would be really funny, and maybe we should. It's
We
too
should
late
make that
now.
a part of the rite going forward, though.
We
Anybody
should.
new? Make it seem like it's a whole bondage cult thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
They already
I
think it's weird, so might as well.
Might as well, have it the full spectacle.
Anything you need from me?
You could just sit here with me.
I will always happily do that. He leads up against the tree and slides his way down to a sit next to you, reaching over and taking your hand.
See, the whole thing about being a good leader is knowing when to be in front and take charge, and when you have no idea what's going on and you let somebody else do that. It's called delegating, and it does wonders.
I would imagine so. That's why I stay as far away from it as humanly possible, because it sounds exhausting. I will be delegated, but I will not delegate.
Fair enough.
You could be the leader in this relationship. I will happily follow you to the ends of the earth and beyond.
Be careful what you say, sir.
Know what I said? He releases your hand and wraps the arm around your shoulders. Lets you just sit in the moment, in this place. The three of you, though one isn't so obviously apparent, just being. Jester, as you're over by the food, Charles is assisting, though remaining somewhat quiet. And Larry comes up, takes one of the cheeseburgers and starts eating it. It always like that?
Sort of. Not every battle is like that or that harrowing, but there's always the bigger ones.
It's my first
I guess-
time in the Umbra outside of the cairn, and that is not an experience I'm looking forward to repeating anytime in the future.
No, the whole Umbra is not like that. There are good places, there are really bad places like that. Like a lot of really bad stuff happened at Piney Point, not just what they were doing here in the last year, but like 10 years ago, there was a black spiral dancer hive there that had this giant thing called a wormhole, which apparently was a giant like creature that could spit veins out here. Yeah. There was another battle. The previous set before ours pretty much sacrificed themselves to close it.
Oh,
So that place in particular is pretty nasty, but not all of the Umbra is that bad. There are some cool places, honestly.
well, Aspen was saying you and I have to go somewhere at some point that he needs to make a real introduction.
Oh. Yeah, I heard she said something about that. You definitely should meet Gorgon. She's wild. Bit of a gossip.
Believe it. I just can't help but wonder why me. Like I see like you and I'm like, yeah, that's a real Valkyrie right there. She represents everything that, well, what I hear Gorgon talks about, and I don't know, I never consider myself extremely rebellious other than the typical biker deal.
weren't you the one that kept saying to me months ago that you wanted to help make the city, like, better, fight the things that cause pain to people just trying to eke out some sort of existence?
I mean, yeah, but how does that make me any different than anybody else here? Is that what we're all doing? Like, how does that make me a specific tribe or whatever?
How do you feel when you see something that feels unjust happen to someone?
Angry, of course, but it wouldn't any good person feel that way?
Depends. Do you want to do something about it?
Yeah, of course.
Reach over and put a hand on his chest where his heart. That's why. It's here.
So,
Gorgon's not about rebellion just for rebellion's sake. She's about fighting injustice.
righting
Taking
wrongs.
actions. Taking
Okay.
action against it.
Yeah, I guess then in that case, the difference is everyone can think about it, but only if you actually do something about it.
Yeah. Or feel the need to do something about it very strongly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when I heard everything that was happening out there, and I thought about all those people who'd gotten changed and corrupted and infected is the word that's going around. Just couldn't help but think about them and their friends and their family and how none of this would have happened to them normally. How wrong it was that they're like puppets on invisible strings. Playthings for monsters and mythical creatures. And I know that's me talking basically about us and our own situation, but I think that we don't try to use people, try to protect them, try to rid the world of things that go bump in the dark, the things that are only believed to be mythical. We're the good guys. At least I hope.
I think you'll fit in well. I think she'll like you. She chose you. I think that's the reason. But no, I agree. I think if you can keep that in mind going forward, I think it helps a lot. I wouldn't say that even all of us truly believe that. There's lots of us out there who believe that humans are part of the reason the worm is the way it is, and don't really care too much about who they hurt as long as it fights the worm.
Venomous, right? That's what you're talking about?
Them, a few actual nation Garu who lean that way too sometimes, but yeah, mostly Fenris. So, honestly, come to think of it recently, monsters, how you choose to do things. There are plenty of humans that can be monsters.
That's the truth. I keep trying to figure out if it's really just the most ignorant, stupid, hateful people that got into power, or if that was like some sort of supernatural manipulation, because that's the only thing that makes sense. I mean, how do you fail upwards so spectacularly?
I think it's a mix of both. I think there are some. Thing I've learned about Banes is they don't necessarily cause the stuff that happens. Like a Bane of hatred wouldn't cause someone to hate, but it'd be attracted to the hate that someone feels and help feed that. So it feels like a symbiosis kind of thing.
Yeah, Eliza was mentioning something about that as we were getting ready to do the mission. She said stay calm, which, worst advice ever in that situation. But you said if you stay centered, it won't be as actively drawn to you. You know, that they are manifested almost by our intense emotions, and therefore just do whatever that emotion wanted it to do. Like anger or hatred or even laziness apparently has a bane. To which, thank God I'm not that type, but yeah, she said that like it's not that they make us, it's we kind of make them, but it's also both. Like it's a weird symbiotic relationship.
Yeah, that's the way she explained it to me a long time ago. So, I mean, I think there are some humans that are definitely influenced because the feelings they feel are attracted, but I think there are definitely other humans, especially those who don't care on who they hurt, to continue to step and gain power and money and all of it, that they should be held accountable.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
This is, I mean, I've come to terms that this is what I am, who I am, and that this is my job and my responsibility. Aspen gives us one hell of a pep talk. But do you ever worry about those we're bringing into it unknowingly? Those that we're, I mean, I don't want to say using, because like I know that the guys all want to do the right thing, but like we talked about, like using them as spies and scouts against the trucks and the infected shipments and whatnot. Felt like we were throwing them into harm's way without the full story, without a full explanation. And I know Bruce knows some, but like the others, they only are doing what they're told because that's what we do. We're there for our brothers, whatnot, but I don't know. I feel guilty. Yeah.
I worry about it every day. At some point, I'll sit down and tell you about Steno. I try really hard with the Howlers to keep them from the worst of it. Because you're right. They could be walking into things, very likely will be walking into things that they are unprepared for, because there are things we can't tell them.
I guess it's kind of a trust thing, isn't it? Like they trust us to not throw them to the wolves, metaphorically speaking. And we trust that doing something without knowing is better than doing nothing without knowing. That they would be glad to be doing something if they did know. It's really philosophical and crazy. I'm still trying to figure out what Steno is, so forgive me if I'm rambling a little bit during that, but yeah,
Steno was my environmental activist group.
But it's also like a Roman or Greek thing, right?
Yes, it's one of the Gorgons.
Oh. You were born for this. I don't know. Again, I think I might have just been a, trade-off between spirits or something, but you, obviously, day one.
I mean, I came up with the name after I was Garu, so there is that. The rest of them liked it, so. It's difficult. trying to figure all that out of how much to tell while still trying to keep the veil, but trying to keep them safe, especially when our enemies go after the people we love to try to hurt us.
I think that's the most accurate synopsis and sales pitch to being a guru. Guru life, it's difficult.
Pretty much. It's difficult, but can't really bury our hands in the sand when the world's ending, right?
Not when you know. No, absolutely. I mean, I see things differently than I did before. And I knew there would be some of that, but like every time I think about the broken bottles at the bar and how I shouldn't have just swept them up and thrown them away. I should have recycled them, or I should have, I don't know, apologized to the bottle spirit that got broken. I don't know. I think it makes me think back over everything, like how often I rode the motorcycle and what that was doing pollution-wise, and it's difficult.
Mm-hmm. It's difficult, and it takes some getting used to. I wouldn't
Aspen
worry too much
told me
about the
that
bottles.
every little bit helps. I can't take the whole weight of the world on my shoulders for everything I've done. I just need to think about what I'm going to do, how I move on from here, how I go forward. I can't regret pre-guru life. I just make the changes where I can and help out where I can.
That's pretty much it, yeah.
Do you think there's really a chance we can win this? I mean, this was great. This was a big victory, but like at what cost? All those people and all the damage done. I mean, it's going to take a while for the area to recover, even in the nature side of things. I know it could have been worse, and so something needed to be done, but are we just stemming bleeding with everything we do? Like when a ship is sinking and there's a bunch of holes springing leaks and we're just shoving fingers and putting tape over it and like just prolonging the inevitable.
That's a question a lot of us ask. It's not an answer for it, but I have to believe that we're making a difference, that we're trying, because, well, the alternative's much worse.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt about that. At this point, Eliza calls out to everyone, saying that the rite is ready to begin. As all of you gather together, the sky is dark. While there's fires roaring, providing ambient light, it's the kind of dark that only the new moon can create. Full of possibilities, opportunities, potential. The first new moon of the new year. Something about that has hope all throughout it. The newness of it. So as you all come together, some of you sharing some tension, others carrying just relief to still be here. And even still, some of you with more questions unanswered in your head. The rite begins. Eliza moves around the area, lighting tiki torches, encircling the entire area. The torches spread out evenly throughout the woods that make up the clearing, so that there's just a glow of light. And the way the flames dance off in the woods makes them seem alive, like they're inhabited, like there are individuals in those flames walking the borders of the land, encircling you. As she finishes lighting the torches and returns to the center of the clearing, he looks to Aspen, Jace, Jester, and holds out a hand to both sides, encouraging them to come join her. What a long year it's been. Possibly one of the longest to date. Although I lost a good decade in there, so those felt longer. But the fact that we're here, that we're together, that we're able to welcome in. She looks towards Jace with a smile, and towards some of the others. Those that have a similar passion, dedication to this fight. That our family gets to grow larger. Makes all the things that we've struggled with seem worth it. I am so honored and proud to be a part of this sept, part of this cairn, a part of this new nation. And if, and don't look at me like that, Jace, if this is my last new moon to be spent in this body, I'm glad I can spend it with all of you. And I'm honored to have been your right master. I'm honored to have brought you to this place, and that you entrusted me and took a risk, a leap of faith. That being said, she looks towards Aspen. That leader?
Well, usually in these scenarios, I give a fancy little speech about success of missions and doing it for Gaia and all these things. And they would sound fancy and stoic and interesting, but we've been there, we've done that. And it went great last time. Anyways. But most of all, I'm just happy we're all here and we can all stand here together and do this together. And, well, on top of all of that, feels really good that we fucking wrecked those guys, right? But, Jace, I'm happy you're joining us in all of this and that you trust us enough to be here with us in trees or whatever else we manifest as. And to those that are already within it or will be within it after today. And to all of us that will be there eventually, whether it's this year or many years beyond. Couldn't be happier to do it with all of you. And she'll look back over at Eliza. The rest is up to you now, because this is not my thing.
I understand. To dedicate ourselves to this place, to this fight, is to acknowledge that which we willingly sacrifice. Is to acknowledge that while we may pass on, continue to watch over this place, we must part with those that we love the most. And while we're ever present, we're not as present as we once were. You have to be in the right state of mind to feel it, see it, to recognize it. And that being said, I can think of no better way to call forth those that represent this place, that have stood vigil in this place, that have committed themselves to this place, than with a tale about one of them. A tale that hasn't been told, but should have. And that we right a wrong we have left undone for far too long. Jester, my dear, will you do me the honor of calling forth spirits of the camp with a story?
Smile and step forward. As we welcome in someone new, Eliza's right, it's only fair we honor someone who, the year ago, sacrificed himself so that we could continue on. So this one's for Aiden. Once upon a time, a dragon dwelled atop a mountain that overlooked a city of glass towers where the land and the sea embraced. This dragon held its citizens in its crimson grips of terror. As she had driven the true rulers of the city, the mighty Lupus tribe, decades ago. People would cower in their homes at the shadow of the dragon passed over the city, while it wreaked havoc, destroying buildings, stealing riches, and ripping families apart as it claimed some to devour. Fearing the destruction of everything they had held dear, the city decided to declare allegiance to the dragon. Each month, the citizens would travel up to the mountain to a ledge that overlooked the sea and offered whole herds of livestock, chests of treasure, and one person chosen as a tribute. In exchange, the dragon refrained from terrorizing the city for the rest of the month. However, as the years passed, the dragon demanded more and more until the city was on the brink of ruin. All was not lost, for a Lupus queen with a silver moon on her brow had arrived with her army to free the city from the bloody fangs of the dragon. A wolf boy with fangs and claws as fierce as the north wind stood as her guardian. They struggled for months to wrest the dragon from her mountain with little avail. Finally, the wolf boy made a decision. He volunteered as a tribute. The wolf boy trod up the mountain trail, thinking of his queen, his friends, and his family. He would miss them dearly, but for the good of all, he would give anything. As dawn crested the horizon, the dragon and the wolf boy clashed on the ledge. Tooth and claw, blood and wind. The two tore into each other over and over. The dragon rose aloft, flying over the sea, and the wolf boy clutched it in her talons. With an echoing howl, the wolf boy slashed his claws in the air, and the wind sliced through the dragon's wings, ripping them to tatters. The dragon and the wolf boy plunged into the sea, tearing each other into pieces until only the thing that remained was the crimson-stained foam. With a heavy heart and many tears shed, the Lupus Queen carried on to spread hope and rebuild the city of the glass towers, now free from the dragon's grip of tyranny.
As the story hangs in the air, those little tiny flames surrounding the clearing glow a little bit brighter. And the smoke comes off of the flames, starts to coalesce in a mist across the ground. In that mist, it starts to separate. Entities start to appear from the light of the flame. Men, women, some children, all from a time long gone, normally forgotten for many, many years, actually forgotten. As they encircle the clearing, vigilant, respectful. Smoke moves towards a den beneath an old, tall tree. And then in a gust, it separates from the den as a wolf crawls from beneath, slowly peering its head out a little bit nervously, cautiously. And as it lopes from the den, spies Aspen, Jester, and Artie. For a brief moment, pretty sure you see a tail wag and a tongue loll out of its mouth in an excited pant. But then it looks over in one direction where a glowing white wolf stands. And if that wolf could roll its eyes, it is definitely doing so as it looks upon the youngest spirit of the cairn. The loping wolf, Aiden, straightens himself up, albeit a little bit annoyedly, pulling his tongue back into his mouth, ceasing his tail from wagging as much as he can, but it's still drifting a little bit back there, causing some of the smoke to sway this way and that. Eliza looks upon Aiden and smiles, and then out of the corner of her eye looks at Aspen and Jester and Artie. Artie is beaming, but there's still a little bit of sadness in his eyes, a longing. How do you look, Aspen?
Just happy to see him. Just watching him, rolling her eyes too when she sees him like straighten back up. Just kind of lets out a chuckle, just smiles.
Jester?
Also happy. I'm grinning at him, but also wiping a few tears.
After a few moments, Eliza speaks up once more. He's here, in front of these spirits, on this chosen day, in front of a new moon full of possibilities and hope. We open this cairn once more to those who would dedicate themselves and swear themselves to this fight. Star, darling. From the sky, a glowing ball of light starts slowly spiraling its way down. As it lands in the clearing, it takes the shape of a young woman, 16, maybe 17 years old, bearing striking features of both Aspen and Jester, but there's a new addition as well. Because over her long, flowing dress that seems to capture the starlight, she has the outline that looks like a denim jacket, now draped around her shoulders and on her arms. She gleefully skips her way around the circle, stopping in front of each of the spirits for a moment before eventually letting out a little squeak and running over to Aiden and kneeling down in front of him and scratching the sides of his face. Eliza lets off a soft chuckle. It says, "Star, we have work to do. Play after."
Aw, but Tony!
He's not going anywhere. Let's get the important stuff out of the way, and then you could play with the puppy for eternity. Star just crosses her arms in a pout and then kicks the dirt. And Aiden rubs his head up against her leg. But she just smiles and shrugs and then just starts skipping her way over. You ready? Eliza says.
Yes, I'm ready. Come on. I'm older than you, and yet you're somehow still my mom.
Patron spirit of the Sept of the Evening Star. You watch over us as a pack, as a sept, as a source of wisdom and light and guidance, source of joy and hope. We ask that you, along with these spirits who stand as vigilant guards, protectors of the past, present, preservers of the future, we ask that you accept these candidates. We ask that you bring them in, take their oath. An oath to the Sept, an oath to this cairn, an oath to Gaia. Bring them into your loving embrace. Grant them a place here, evermore. Star just bobs her head, her curls bouncing as she does so.
Yeah, dude.
Eliza sighs a little bit. She then steps in front of Jace, reaches to him and takes the spirit catcher from him. And as she does so, the gem in the center of the spirit catcher starts to glow. And then in a moment later, a spectral entity appears. Now, to most of you, she's completely unfamiliar. Similar to Artie, she has long, dreadlocked hair. It's like a modern Amazonian. She looks upon Jace specifically, smiles, and then looks to Eliza. Catherine, now I know we're a little bit late to the party to be asking you for this oath, but do you pledge yourself, your wisdom, your drive, your spirit to this sept, to this cairn, and most importantly, to Gaia, forsaking any just reward that would await you on the other side, continuing your fight until either victory or apocalypse greets us. She looks on Eliza for a long moment, and then looks to Jace again. And as she does, she smiles, and then just slowly nods her head once. Dar walks up to Kat and just reaches up with a finger and boops her on the nose with a little giggle. And as she does that, Eliza reaches into her satchel and pulls out some shears, snips the strings of the spirit catcher. And as she does so, the glowing gem fades. The cat doesn't. She remains. With this oath, you will act as guardian to this cairn, to the Guru as a whole, to Gaia, till the end. Take your post, guardian. She then gives one more nod, starts to walk, but it almost seems like gliding across the grass as she moves to the outskirts to join the other spirits that make up the circle. Eliza watches her leave, and once she's in position, puts the spirit catcher away. No longer useful, no longer able to take in any other spirits. She then steps over to Jace. Dreams in decay. I offer you this same oath. An oath to the sept, an oath to the cairn, an oath to Gaia, forsaking all just reward that awaits you. You pass to the other side. Not just in life, but beyond. To act as guide, guardian, to stand vigil over this place and all who dwell within it. To ensure that your fight doesn't end with your death, but that the fight continues for us all, henceforth, till either apocalypse or victory awaits us. What say you?
He'll take a moment, look around. To the humans, I'm known as Jason Thorne. To the Guru and the spirits, I'm known as Dreams and Decay. And to the spirits and Guru present, old and new, I accept this oath.
Spirits, we ask you to accept the oath of the living, as you did just 1 year ago, and then many, many years before that. we ask that you welcome Dreams in Decay. Shield him, guide him, and watch over him while he still inhabits this body, while he still continues a fight of the physical. And then he moves on to a fight of the spiritual. We ask that you let him take his place amongst you as a guardian and a guide. What say you, spirits? Around the circle, you see heads nodding. Some are just standing stoically, watching, judging. As you look at Aiden, it looks like he's gotten a little bored at this point, as he just kind of looks up at the trees up above, but then once he sees that Eliza's looking at him, and at that point so is everyone else, he just lets his tongue loll out of his mouth again and gives a shake of his, nod of his head. And it finally comes to Kat, the newest guardian. She gives not just a nod of her head, but almost a half bow at the waist. At this point, Star flounces her way over.
I like the jacket. Oh, it's very
good.
comfortable.
Yeah, and functional.
Tall, right? Like it's not too hot in the summer. I mean, not that I know what summer feels like. Cold, too cold in winter. Yeah, it's not what that actually feels like. But it's stylish and rock. Oh, sir. Oh.
As she touches your nose, you actually do feel a tingling, a warm tingling sensation that spreads through your entire body, all the way down to your feet, into the ground beneath you. As the rite is fulfilled, the forest around you comes alive. Now, as a theurge, you have been parts of cairns. You've built cairns or dedicated cairns or helped with their continued construction. But this is different. More. Having worked with Eliza and knowing your future lies in the role of Rite Master, that one day it's going to be your responsibility to give this oath, to open the cairn to others. You can feel the heartbeats of the cairn within the trees, within the ground. Your awareness of this space around you is unlike anything you've had before. You are one with it, as it is with you. And the only barrier, the only thing stopping you from getting any closer to feeling, witnessing, being in this cairn, is the confines of being alive. But unlike an unknown beyond, a just reward that may or may not be there, no one can truly say for sure. You know, no matter what, this place will be waiting for you. That a spot will be there, and that all of these spirits, as well as the individuals that surround you, will be a part of it. Evermore. Until apocalypse or victory. As you feel the heartbeats the trees around. Even where you feel the heartbeats of your pack through the ground. As if it were beating in your ear. At this moment, all of those heartbeats are in sync. Eliza looks out to the spirits. Don't go too far, y'all. We're probably gonna have to do this all again in a little bit here once the others arrive. We wanted this moment to be special, intimate. Welcome, Dreams in Decay. Now go, spirits. Stand your watch until we call for you once more to join us and perform this rite yet again. As she says that, the spirits all start walking backwards, stepping back step by step further out into the trees, until only the flickers and flames of the torches remain. The last ones to depart, unsurprisingly, are Catherine and Aiden, who linger just a little bit longer. Eventually, Alara, the great white wolf, stalks up next to Aiden. She looks through the top of her eyelids at him, and then just jerks her head. And at that point, Aiden takes off like a shot across the field, running in your direction. As he arrives, he weaves his way around your legs, tail wagging, tongue lolling. He seems so much younger and carefree than he did in his last days on Earth. Like he's truly returned to an almost puppy-like state, which is unsurprising being a young spirit. He pauses in front of Aspen and Jester and Artie, and sits back on his butt, his tail still brushing at the ground. He lets out a bark, kind of a whine as he tilts his head to the side, his ears flopping over to one side. And then, after a few moments, Alara barks as well. But he looks over in their direction. But then huffs, stands up, presses his head into each of your hands once, and then turns back towards the den. Walking over to the entrance beneath the tree, pausing to look back over at all of you once, and then entering the den, the glow fading as he enters the darkness beneath. Cat steps up to Jace and touches his hand, and then smiles and says, "I'll be here. All you need to do is call for me."
I will.
And then she begins walking back towards the torches that surround the area. She steps through the flame and disappears, leaving all of you in the clearing. And this is where our story comes to a close, albeit a little awkwardly with the camera shifting around, but why not? It wouldn't be a rage session without something like that. But of course, we can't end it without a few final scenes. In the smoking husk that is Piney Point, nothing stirs. The buildings have completely sunken into the ground, taken back by nature. While it's going to take some time for the world to truly recover, it will recover. Because of your efforts, because of what you've done, it will return one day. And then we find ourselves some distance away from Tampa, away from Florida. We find ourselves behind a person, a man, based off of the shape of him, in a hoodie. He seems to be looking at something in front of him before he balls his hands together and tosses whatever the object is into a nearby trash can. As we look to the trash can, we see a photograph, now crumpled and wrinkled. In the photograph, it's of Charles Albrecht. And while there are other people in the photograph, it's hard to see who they are because of the way that the picture is crumpled. But this looks to be at least 5 years old. Charles looks younger, still dressed in a suit, of course, still bearing the same stoic, disciplined expression, of course. But younger. And something about his expression seemed worried to those that know him. Our next scene takes us to a mansion, Vermont. Morning Kill Manor, a place of great renown, at least once upon a time. Now a shell of its former glory, because inside that house sits a throne, and upon that throne sits a man, haggard and old. Long gray hair draped, almost obscuring his face down past his shoulders, of a scarred physique, a weary physique, a hunched over physique. An eye patch covers one eye, and a crown sits almost crooked upon his head, a silver crown. The thing that heralds the king of the Guru. But this man looks anything but regal. He looks depressing, quite honest, and pathetic. But as he raises a hand, we hear scuffling nearby. Where is my red son? I don't know, Your Highness. He hasn't responded in quite some time to our summons. We've tried to reach out to Matthias as well, to no response. He frowns deeply. Matters little. But then he reaches down, and as we pan down, we see a young girl, maybe 16 years old, sat at the base of the throne. The true queen will be ready to assume the throne. Then in our final scene of the season, we're on a long highway lined by trees. A sign that says, "Welcome to Florida, the Sunshine State," passes as we find ourselves inside crowded RV. Against the wall, spray painted on the RV, are the crossed check marks, the Cult of Fenris. In the passenger seat, Brandon holds a picture in his hand of him and a younger looking Eliza. But Brandon is dead. There is only Plato. Tears the photo in half, letting the picture of Eliza drop to the ground. And this is where our story and our season comes to a close. There will be no episode of Rage Across Tampa next week, but we'll be back the following week. So while we enjoy the Kindred Con break, we hope you enjoyed this episode. For these amazing players, I'm Kent. Go follow us on all social media, and we'll see you in 2 weeks right back here for another episode of Rage Across Tampa. Have a lovely evening.